Hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Thursday stream. We're going to be doing more Duelist Cup today, as well as taking a look at a hopefully pretty exciting Genesys announcement. I guess the announcement of the Banlist update for Genesys is out there, and I do want to take a look at that later. So yeah, what's up, gamers? How's everybody doing? I'm doing good, Nilmi. Thank you for asking. How are you? I didn't go to locals yesterday because I was a little sick. I don't know, you may have noticed I was sneezing on the Tuesday stream a lot. So I decided to stay home yesterday because I didn't want to, I didn't want to infect anybody. But it's not that bad. I've been okay. Other than that, I'm doing great. Solex85, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Also, DZeno, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Also, everyone who subscribed during the starting soon screen, I appreciate you all. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, it should be a cozy stream today. We don't have that much planned, which is, I guess, good news because that means we can just focus on the Duelist Cup. I wanna test more Draco Tail. I've been playing a little bit of Draco Tail off stream, mostly on the regular ladder. I've been saving the Duelist Cup games for the stream, but I've almost climbed to Master 1. I think I'm in Master 2 right now with Draco Tail, pretty much exclusively. I know some of you guys have been watching in game with the new watch feature, but yeah. Yugioh makes a really convincing case for Megistus. I've played against a couple of Megistus Draco Tails, and like I haven't played it myself yet, but I don't feel like my opinion on it has changed yet. Like, I acknowledge that it is a more powerful version or like a higher ceiling version of Draco Tail. Like, it does sometimes, really make boards that are unbeatable. That part is true, and it's also like you just have more power starters in the deck. Like in pure Draco Tail, an issue that I sometimes have is, well, you only draw one starter or no starters, and then you're only, like, let's say it's only Lucius, and then your Lucius gets impermed or ashed or whatever, and then you don't have a play. Like, that happens to me, right? Because I just draw a lot of non-engine with the deck. At the same time, whenever I'm going second, I'm pretty happy with how much non-engine I'm drawing. Once again, though, the most important non-engine in Draco Tail is Maxi, Fuva, and Phimena, and those are in every version, no matter if you're playing Megistus or like pure or whatever. So like most of the non-engine that really matters, the Megistus deck can still fit. So I'm not sure yet. I will say I've had games against the Megistus version with pure Draco Tail where I was able to outgrind them because they only played 2 copies of the traps. I saw that. Also, the extra deck for Megistus seems to be pretty tight, so they were running out of extra deck monsters. Because they went through like all the Megistus things, and like I was able to crack the board, and then they kind of ran out of steam. And so like it's not better in every regard is basically what I'm trying to say. Like it has a weaker grind game in my opinion because it usually only plays 2 traps. Of course, you could probably make an effort to fit the 3rd trap even in the Megistus version of the deck. But I'm not sure. And also it just has a lower amount of Draco Tail names, right? So like some hands where you don't draw Spenta, you are also like just kind of low on Draco Tail names, I feel like, but yeah. Do you consider adding Red Reboot in Draco Tail? No. I think Red Reboot is a fine card in the current format. But I wouldn't necessarily play it in Draco Tail. But yeah. Anyways, we can talk about all that throughout today's stream more. Let's warm up first. And then we'll get into it. What do you think will be the most represented deck at Duelist Cup? Will it be Malice again? I think it's going to be between Malice and Draco Tail. I think those are the top 2 at the moment. I think there's a couple of other viable decks, but those are definitely the top 2. And I mean, it's just that players tend to play the best decks more in Duelist Cups. So I think it's going to be those 2. I'm not sure which one is going to be ahead between those 2. Maybe Draco Tail, but I'm not sure. All right, let's go. This thing? Huh? I'm coping with Archmage. I mean, Archmage is a cool deck. I think it's this one. Yeah. Archmage is a cool deck. I just don't think it's top tier. But it is fun. Who are you? I'm not sure. It's not Lilith. Amano Kujaki. Okay. Something beetle. Uh, it's not javelin beetle. Hercules beetle. Yeah. This is Morphtronic Scope, I think. Oh, Math Mech. Addition or subtraction. I don't know which one is which. Nice. 50-51. Math Mech got my back. I always knew that. This one I don't know. Shield Handler. No. Stardust Assault Warrior. Okay. Okay, could I get some cards that I know maybe? Green Ninja. It'd be kind of nice to get cards that I could guess because I've seen them before. This I feel like I have seen before. This is Thunderbird. Danger. Ooh, this is old. Marionette. Magical Marionette. Yeah. No idea what that is. For a former pal, Pinch Helper. Okay, we're in a rough... Flower, that's a Flower Guardian? This could be Trickstar Reincarnation. No, it's not Reincarnation. It is Live Stage? It is Trickstar though, isn't it? Light Stage? Oh, Light Stage, okay. The better one. This is Dark Horse. This is Jack Frost. That is Fishborg Blaster. That is a Salamangrate, but I think it's Salamangrate Recurrence. Yeah. The one that has Foxy and Foxer on it. Oh, not an Evol, dude. I'm so bad with these. No, I have no idea which one that is. I'll skip. Gefiro. Never seen that. This is a Dark Lucius. Level 8 maybe? No. Is it level 4? Level 4. Okay. This is Dark Creator. This is Egotist. It gives me Chemi Critter vibes, but I don't know those names. It is a Chemi Critter. Okay. Armed Wing. No idea. This is Malevolent Nuzzler. This could be Hippo Carnival? Super Hippo Carnival? Nope, and I don't know. Performapal Pal Showdown. Awesome. Oh, you feel familiar. Yeah, the Tyrant. No, it's not Neptune. Is it Spawn Alligator? Yeah. Never seen you before. Junk Connector. That's why. Ooh, what is this? A carrot. Creepy Coney. Volcanic Rat. The dragon dwelling in the deep. Wait, what? That's not him? Oh, dwelling in the cave. I always forget that there's two. Man. I was so sure I was right. I didn't know there was two. Is this Garura? Enraged Muka Muka? This looks Earth's Arctic, but Earth's Arctic Drytron. I feel like I've seen this. Oh yeah, this is Acts of Despair. This is Card of Safe Return. This is Ghost Trick. So cute, boss. Yeah. This is the fusion monster. The super old fusion monster. Something liquid beast. No, humanoid. Yes, humanoid worm drake. Yeah, that's the one. Humid winds. It looks so Atlantean-y. Is it Dragoons? Yeah, it is Dragoons. Frankenderp. Yeah. You guys are gonna know this one. Is it Neuron Blast or Neutron Blast or whatever it's called? Neutron Blast. Okay. This is Steel Swarm. Steel Swarm thing. Yeah. I think that's Magic-y. Yeah. I realized too late it was him. Cupid. Cupid Serve. Cupid Volley. Nice. I just knew it wasn't Cupid Pitch. What is this? Flash Charge Dragon. Okay. Gyakuten Megami. Wind up soldier. Matchless general. No. Oh, faint plan. Yeah. This is mind drain, I think. This is Weather Painter, I believe. Weather Painter Moonbow. Yeah. This is the new catapult, artillery catapult turtle. Yeah. That's Verte. Dupe Frog. I've seen this. Yeah, this is Lycanthrope, but on a spell with trap, I think. Ritual Buster. Skull Invitation. Amazonas Springs. Hot Spring. Yeah, Hot Spring. I know you. Cyber's Quantum Dragon. Oh. Lightsworn. Minerva. Well, this is like the easiest 1,000 points I've ever gotten. This is the Adignister Templar, Dark Templar, yeah. Swamp Battle Guard. And there we go, 4 digits, and we have over 1.5 minutes left. Easy clap. Never been this easy. This is not LP, Pisty. Aileron. Signet Universe. Signet Codec. Codec. Is this punk? The colors scream punk. It is punk. I think it's the field spell, yeah. Jam Extreme Session. Naturia Butterfly. This is Cyberdark. Cyberdark End Dragon, Cyberdark Chimera. Chimera. This is Megalith, I believe, but yeah. 1,079. Would you look at that? Pretty good. Pretty good start. Nice. That was a good one. Even though it started, there was like a period at the start that wasn't that great, but it was pretty good. Definitely not washed today. Good start to the day. Love to see it. Okay, let's quickly get this one done, and then we'll hop right in. All right. Good old Rongo Mini ad. We are looking for a high-level dark monster with high attack, low defense, and it is newer than 2015. So, a high-level dark monster with low defense. Not an exceed monster. Heavy Borger has 1500 defense. That doesn't work. It could be a Despia. I think does Dramaturge have 0 defense? No, Dramaturge also has 1500 defense. That doesn't work. What about Ad Libitum? That has even more defense. Bigfoot would work. Bigfoot would work. Ooh. Okay. Hold up. We got some info here. It's higher than level 8. So level 9 or 10 probably. It could be 11 or 12. And it's 3000 attack, 0 defense. Newer than 2018. It's not a link monster. It is just an effect monster. That's it. Thea? Does Thea have... No, Thea has the same stats as Nib. It's 600 defense. Doesn't work. A level 9. Is there maybe a generator? That's the first level 9 archetype I'm thinking of. R is 3000 attack, but also 3000 defense. No, it's not a generator. Levianeer is level 8. So that doesn't work. We need a higher monster in level 8. Dude, level 9 or higher, man. Miasma Dragon? Tina. Well, they don't have it yet. They don't have Miasma Dragon yet? From when is the card pool? Albalos? Albalos is a light monster. Maybe the Dark Ryoge? There is no Dark Ryoge. Maybe, oh, there is one. You're right, but also that one isn't here yet. It seems to be, the card pool seems to not have the 2025 cards yet. Okay. So it's a, I guess that helps a little bit. There's a level 10 Mech Lord thingy. But that is 0 attack. Oh. Dude, I was so sure we had it. Oh, I was so sure we had it. Is there another one? It's not a machine. Come on, man. I thought we had it. Okay, so we know it's level 10 now. 3000 attack, 0 defense. Maybe a maybe is there one of the dark machinas? Ruin Force? No. No. Evil Regulus? What does that mean? Oh, not a machine. Yeah. I'm lost. I have no idea. The level 10 Therion. Irregular. That is a machine. Also, the stats don't match. Okay, I got it from chat. I would have never gotten this one. Voy Burial, the Dragon Undertaker. No shot. I remember seeing it because it released last year. I think it was a common in one of the sets. I remember pulling it, but there was no shot I was ever going to remember its name or its stats or whatever. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed during the main phase. If a monster your opponent controls is sent to the grave, you can activate the following effect based on where the card where this card is at activation. If it's enhanced, special summon it, field, make one effect monster lose 15. Then if its attack becomes 0, destroy. I remember reading it. I remember reading about it, but yeah, it of course never saw play. It was in Mega Pack 25. Wait, was it? No, it wasn't. It was not a world premiere card in the Mega Pack. I think it was just the Mega Pack one was probably just a reprint. Yeah, it had a yeah, it's a reprint. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay. All right, gamers. Warm up out of the way. Let's hop into the stuff we are doing today. And main thing we're doing today is we're gonna try to reach the level 20 in the Duelist Cup in preparation for the second stage. Before we hop into Master Duel, though, we are going to take a look at this newest Genesys article that they have posted. So what we've got here is what to expect in the December points update. Now, of course, we've already looked at a little bit of an article that they posted about Genesys at YCS Bologna, which already mentioned a couple of things, but was mostly just a recap of the things that happened at YCS Bologna in Genesys format. And I've already looked at this and talked about it a little bit. Of course, I've talked a little bit about the power level of the format and then a couple of playstyles / cards that I'm not super fond of in Genesys format, even though, you know, as like the concept of the format is so good, but there's still a few things I want to be ironed out. However, I think it is worth mentioning that at this point, Genesys is still very, very new, very, very fresh, and basically still in like the very early stage. So there is still time for them to, you know, to fix these kind of things. So that's something that I really am looking forward to in this upcoming update, is how they handle the things that I think a lot of people are talking about at the moment with Genesys format, because I think if they handle this stuff properly, Genesys format could really be a wonderful thing that I'm gonna be able to enjoy for a long time. So I'm really excited for what they have to say. As we mentioned in the Bologna recap, the next points update is scheduled for next week and will take Phantom Revenge into account, even though its official launch date was moved to the 19th for North America, 17th at Euro OTS. This is something that's worth talking about because Phantom Revenge is already out in Europe, and in Europe at the moment these cards have 0 points, which basically means that they are probably pretty good in Genesys format. Yep. The next update will be based on the results and deck lists received from tournaments, starting with those at YCS Pittsburgh. Thank you to everyone who's been submitting deck lists. Keep them coming. Just so everyone knows, we do give strongest weight to complete submissions from tournaments, as in best of 3, where we see all the deck lists, since that's the most accurate way to compile complete census data on who's playing what, how often. But all the information is useful as we keep looking into what the heck everyone is building. Once again, adjustments fall into several categories. Okay, let's see. Several performance outliers. This includes cards both on a deck level and an individual level. For example, Dracotail's performance as a deck since October puts it in line for increases. And Jolin Lockbird's performance as an individual card puts it in line for an increase as well. More so in North America than in Europe, which is interesting. Okay, that is awesome to see. We've talked about this there's been a discussion about Jolin Lockbird. We're not going to have it again at this point. I'm happy to see this. I'm happy that they are acknowledging the fact that Jolin Lockbird is super, super popular. I will say, in my personal opinion, popularity is not the only thing that should matter when it comes to adjusting a certain card. In my opinion, Jolin Lockbird's popularity in Genesys format is essentially a result of an underlying issue, which is the fact that some decks in Genesys are doing way too much. And so I think if they adjust Jolin Lockbird, they should also account for that. You know, like if you remove Jolin Lockbird or make Jolin Lockbird more expensive to play, you have to worry about what's going to happen afterwards. You know, what's going to happen if Jolin Lockbird is no longer seeing play? What are those, onomat decks going to be able to do if they don't have to account for Jolin Lockbird anymore, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, Jolin Lockbird is also a card that's just not fun. So that's something that even beyond popularity, even if something can be popular but healthy, or it can be unpopular and unhealthy, in Jolin Lockbird's case, it's unfortunately popular and unhealthy. So yeah, I'm happy this is honestly one of the most important things about this entire update is that they recognize Droll and Lockbird. Because that also eventually later down the line, this is going to lead to them being forced to hit certain decks harder. Because you can no longer just say like, oh, Onomat can exist because Droll and Lockbird exists. No, Droll and Lockbird is going to be more expensive, and then you also have to hit Onomat, which is good. Which is what I've been saying. You know, rip off the Band-Aid. You know, rip off the Droll and Lockbird Band-Aid, and then hit those decks that are too powerful if they don't get drolled. As always, this is the most important criteria and the fundamental principle of Genesys cards. Seeing excessive play see their costs go up, other cards come down while keeping OTKs boxed out. Well, like, I understand that that's the main thing, but like I just said, I think popularity alone is not the only factor, because I think people also play Genesys not only for, you know, for that reason, but also because of a certain type of gameplay that is being offered in Genesys. At least I can speak for myself when I say that. Like, I like Genesys because it has a certain like lower power level. So even if something can ruin my day in Genesys, even if it's not that popular, even if it's just a few people playing it, I think it can still mean that it's too powerful, whatever. But I mean, in terms of success rate, they are correct. Everything listed below is just part of our initial ongoing early access tuning. Once we exit early access, it'll be a bit different, and we'll be talking a lot about the long-term Genesys plans soon, and those plans are pretty extensive. I am very happy to hear that. Both, basically, I'm going to be very interested to read this, so I'm looking forward to it. And I'm also pretty happy to hear that they have pretty extensive plans with Genesys format. That is cool to hear. Doesn't mean anything yet because we don't know what the plans are, but that is something to look forward to for sure. To put it another way, everything listed below is going to be a performance outlier unless we hit it now. That's what early access is all about, setting up the initial points lists. Once we exit early access, the purely census approach will take over more. Although we will still need to assign some points to new cards right out of the gate, which isn't perfect. See branded below. Oh, they're adjusting branded again. Okay. Okay, what does this mean? It means that at the moment, they are still working out the baseline of the format, I guess, right? They're still trying to find out what exactly people playing Genesys format want the initial point list to look at, right? Like the cards that are already existing, basically, are like... and I think that's fair. I think that's fair enough. And I think that's something that maybe... In all the criticism that people post online, myself included, about Genesys format, one thing that's important to understand is that this is coming from a place of like love for this format. Like I am giving feedback on this format, both positive and negative, because I want this format to thrive, because I think it's an awesome idea. And so what they're saying is basically, you know, this is early access, right? So we are going to have to go back and forth on some things. And because you are getting such frequent updates, please bear with us, because, you know, there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and making a list of point values for every single Yu-Gi-Oh card is very hard. And I think that's fair enough, honestly. I think that is fair enough. I never expected Genesys format to be perfect right out of the gate. And I think it's unreasonable to expect such a thing with such a big project. So I've been happy with how things have been going, even though there is still cards that I'm like, you know, I've been saying, like, why is Rongo 31 points? Why is Droll and Lockbird in every single deck? And there are certain decks that are too powerful. Like, yes, those are issues with the format, but at the same time, it is a completely new format, and it's going to take some time for them to adjust all of this. So I'm willing to put up with it, basically. That's why I'm playing Genesys format. I'm still participating in Genesys very actively, because I see what they are trying to achieve with this format, and I really like the idea behind it. So even though I point out certain things that I want to change, I do really believe that this format, that they have something here. They have something that could succeed if they handle it properly. So basically, I'm giving feedback because you know, that's how they're going to handle it properly if people give them feedback about it. So yeah. Yes. All right. On to the categories. Also, of note, the categories are important because they're a guideline on things we need to watch out for in the future when assigning preliminary points to new sets before they come out. This is a whole nother topic, I guess, that we're going to have to talk about, is how are they going to adjust new strategies? Because realistically, if they don't put points on new decks, then everyone is just always going to be incentivized to play the new decks, because then, you know, you have a new deck, which by design is usually pretty powerful, right? But it also has no points in Genesys, so you can also play the best non-engine in it, which is just going to basically lead to a cycle of, well, every single pack that drops, you're just going to always basically be forced to play the newest decks if you are, if you want to compete, which is like, you know, like on the one hand, it's like, it was cool to see Radiant Typhoon seeing play in Genesys format, because it didn't have really much in going for it in the TCG, or in Advanced Constructed rather. So it was cool to have a place to play it, but arguably it would have probably also been a pretty good deck if they put some points on the Radiant Typhoon cards, right? Like arguably they are probably going to put points on Radiant Typhoon now, but I think that's a little too late, right? Because Radiant Typhoon could have easily been meta if like a couple of their cards had 5 or 10 points, because then the only thing, like, people played Triple Pot of Greed in Radiant Typhoon, right? Because they really, the deck just didn't need any points, right? So yeah. All right, first category, cards that attack the deck, the extra deck. We mentioned Runic last time, but this category also includes Hekahan's Gygas, Hekahan's Xeno, Cool Toon Clip, and Cool Toon Q from Phantom Revenge, all of which proactively strike out or steal cards from the deck extra deck, so we're hitting them in advance. I see where they're coming from with this one. I'm not sure how I feel about this one in particular, because I think Hekahans and Cool Tune are two very good examples of two decks that are basically, I feel like at the moment, Genesys format was their best chance at seeing any play. Whereas in Advanced Constructed, it's not looking great for those decks as of now. They might get more support later down the line, but who knows? I'm happy to see, first of all, I'm happy to see that they're willing to assign points to new decks. I think that is good fundamentally. I think that is a good thing. I'm not sure if Cool Tune and Hekahans are the decks that are like, that need those hits. So like, just to put this into perspective, right? Like they didn't put any points on Radiant Typhoon when it came out. Which is definitely a stronger deck than these two. At the same time, the reason they're hitting it, by the way, and I think that's important to look at here, the reason they're hitting these decks is not that because they are predicting them to be too powerful or too popular. They are hitting them because they feel like their play style is not as welcome in Genesys format, because the game plan is like, okay, we're gonna like take cards away from the opponent's strategy, which that part is subjective, I guess. You know, like I think resource management and messing with your opponent resources, I personally think that's a fine play style in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't have a problem with it. But I do know, I mean, I've played Runic before. I see the comments I receive about Runic cards, okay? Like, I understand that there is a portion of the community who doesn't like playing against this sort of stuff, you know? Like, the random banishes from Runics or whatever, like, some people still think that that's the reason why Runic is good, which that we're not going to get into that right now. I personally disagree that is a toxic strategy or whatever. I think Kashtira Unicorn is different because Kashtira Unicorn is targeted banish. Like that's definitely a little toxic, and it's also banish face down, which none of these cards do. But I think I get where they're coming from. I just wish they applied this logic to more other strategies, right? Because basically what they're saying is exactly what I said like a few minutes ago. They are hitting these cards because of their play style, not because of their power, not because of their predicted popularity, right? They're hitting them because they think the play style isn't fun, which is like, okay, fair enough. But I think they should also apply that to other decks, you know, because I personally, and you can let me know if you agree, but I would play against Hekahans 20 times in a row before I face a single Onomat deck, or whatever else there might be in terms of like high ceiling auto win combo decks in Genesis format, right? So I think the logic is sound. The logic is sound, but yeah. There's a line below. I know. I'm gonna keep reading. Don't worry. I know they're gonna hit Onomat, but like they're not hitting Onomat because necessarily they think the playstyle is not okay. They're hitting Onomat probably because it's popular. Cards that multiply excessively. Dodo Warrior is the poster card for this category. I mean, yeah, I guess fair enough. You know, I just wish there was a little more on the play style, but I'm happy to see the Warrior getting the hit. I still think Rongo is the one, but let's read more. Cards that insulate turn 1 combos. Ooh, that's an important one. In Pittsburgh, players started gravitating en masse towards cards like Crossout Designator and Traptrix Rafflesia that help you force through your turn 1 combos even if your opponent has a way to respond. The price on these kinds of cards at the moment is a bit too much of a bargain for how much you stand to gain. Basically, the counters to the counters should be more expensive than the counters themselves. We might need to go into this more in another article. That is a very interesting bit of text here. Traptrix Rafflesia and Gravedigger's Trap Hole were a very common way for Onomat decks to specifically beat Droll Lockbird. Which is interesting because here's the thing that I feel like is worth talking about a little bit. If you're gonna increase Droll Lockbird's points, hopefully to a point where it's not in every single deck anymore, why does it matter that Traptrix Rafflesia gains points? Because let's think that through, right? Through. If Onomat only played Rafflesia to beat Droll Lockbird, and you increase Droll Lockbird's points, then why does Rafflesia really matter if the deck can still do crazy combos, right? I know there's other cards that Rafflesia can negate, like Ash Blossom or Nibiru, which I guess it depends, because from my perspective, Nibiru was also pretty popular. So I think at some point they are also going to increase Nibiru's points. As in a lot of decks, I feel like, at least the ones that I've been building, I've directly been comparing Droll Lockbird to Nibiru. I was basically thinking they're the same price, and I was like, is Nib better in my deck, or is Droll better in my deck? I usually played Nib because I just think Nib is a more fun card to play with. But you know, Nibiru I think is eventually going to get points, because now that Droll is going to be more expensive, I think more people are going to play Nib because they were the same price before, so a lot of people prefer Droll. Traptrix Rafflesia with Gravedigger's Trap Holes should have significant points, in my opinion. Traptrix Rafflesia is a very high quality Yu-Gi-Oh card, especially in the context of Genesis format, and playing through hand traps is just something that is relatively toxic. So I'm happy to see this one as well. So far, basically exclusively good news in this one, you know? Towers monsters. Monsters that are pretty much immune to other card effects. Likewise, we're going to crank up the costs of monsters like Lunalight Liger Dancer and Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus so that you have fewer points to give them generic backup. I think this is fine. I think the Towers playstyle in Genesis format has a place to exist, but they cannot be too powerful and too omnipresent. Noir, in my opinion, does not really need points, because you're asking about it, because Noir already basically, Pearly is very heavily hit in Genesis format. And basically the way Pearly is handled is also how decks like Super Quantal and Lunalight should be handled. You can play those decks, but you just don't have many points left over. I think that's okay. Because there is counterplay in Genesis format to those cards. You know, there's kaijus and there's other ways to beat them. Like you can play, like, I don't know, Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon is a viable card in Genesis format that should probably have 0 points. I think at the moment it has like 5. But realistically, there are ways to beat these cards, and those cards are popular in Genesis format right now. Like kaijus, because of the kind of lower power nature of the format, kaijus are already pretty popular. And so if my opponent is playing a Lunalight or a Super Quantum deck, like, that's not the end of the world. But it's not okay that those decks basically have 100 points to spend on anything they want. So in my opinion, Lunalight Liger Dancer, I thought about this. I think Lunalight Liger Dancer should have at least 51 points. Because that way you cannot summon 2. Because 2 is when it becomes really disgusting. 1, once again, 1 is already really hard to out. You need to draw a kaiju or you're gonna die next turn, which is already big enough of a problem. 2, you don't even beat with a kaiju is the problem. And Lunalight still, even though the pendulum monsters are not in the format, you can still make 2 Liger Dancers with a single Gold Leo. And I think that just shouldn't have a place in Genesys format. So if Lunalight Liger Dancer has 51 points, I think I'm pretty happy, because then you spend half of your points on the card and you have way less points to spend and you cannot play 2. I think that's a very elegant solution without killing Lunalight. You could still play Lunalight. Lunalight can still function even as like a blind second deck, by the way. Like you could still play blind second Lunalight, summon 1 Liger and immediately win the game. Those are all still viable strategies, with like heavy poly being 0 points and stuff like that. So I think Lunalight is still a fine deck if it doesn't summon double Liger Dancer. And then Super Quantum, I guess same thing. They should have some points if they're... I played against a couple of Super Quants actually in Genesys format, and that deck seems to really have legs in that format. So I'm happy to see that they're acknowledging it. Readjusting extra deck monsters that get you another card. Oh, this is a category. All right. Separate from ones that cheat out another extra deck monster, these are ones that just get you another card in some way. Gaga Gaga Girl and Wind Up Carriers and Mighty are both cards in this category. I mean, yeah, I like to see this a lot as well. I mean, these two are just examples of cards that just make combos unnecessarily long and end boards unnecessarily strong. If you just keep making monsters that summon more monsters and search more, like, you know, I've been making that joke about Onomad. Like the deck is just literally like summon level 4 monster, make rank 4 that summons more level 4, searches more level 4, specials more level 4, makes more rank 4. Right? That's just the play pattern of Onomad. And these are the kind of cards that facilitate this. So I think it seems like we're getting a combination of hits to the main deck engine in terms of Dodo Warrior, as well as hits to the extra deck for Gaga Gaga Girl. So even though they are not directly addressing the combo play style here in this article, they're not saying like, hey, there's some decks in Genesys format that are doing way too much like combo slop, and we want to tone that down a little bit because we want Genesys to be lower power level, which is what I would like to hear from them. The actions they're taking is still the right ones, so I'm happy to see it. Wind Up Carriers and Mighty, once again, Wind Up was not very popular. At the same time, you know, it's probably, it falls into the same category. It's the kind of thing where you don't always have to go by popularity. Sometimes a card is just dangerous to exist at too low point values, because if it sees play, it's going to do crazy shit. And Zen Mighty is one of those cards for sure. Themes that weren't tempting. Last time we reduced the points on some themes that were popular internally but not externally. We'll do so again this time. Dragon Maid, Sword Soul, Tenny, Snake Eye, Ninjas again, and maybe Centurion and Six Samurai, although they are trickier. Okay. I think realistically, until Centurion, all of these archetypes can definitely lose some points in Genesys format. Six Samurai is a little tricky, I agree. Specifically, I mean, probably just Gateway should be at least 100. Maybe just Gateway 100 and the rest is whatever. But yeah. But yeah. Okay. Reweighting some point distributions. An example of this is the adventure cards, where Rite of Aramasir and Water Enchantress are 5 each, while the Griffin Rider is 20. Okay, I mean, adventure doesn't see any play in Genesys, which I guess is surprising, because it is a pretty strong engine, but at the same time, if you want to play the full package, that is 3 Rite, 3 Enchantress for 30, plus Griffin, that's 50 points to play an adventure engine, and you don't even have Foolish Burial. So I think those could be a little less, even though they are enablers for like combo decks, but without Link monsters, maybe it's not as big of a deal. Gladiator Beasts and Crystron are also being looked at for this. A more high-profile case is Branded, where the Fallen and the Virtuous came out, and we figured everybody would want to play it in 3s, so we balanced things by putting points on the extra deck monsters. From what we're hearing, most branded players would have been perfectly happy with just 1 or 2 copies of their new spell card and would have preferred the extra deck costs to stay where they were, so we're going to make that correction. Okay. I guess the interesting part about the Fallen and the Virtuous is that it's also a very good generic card, which is kind of what I was looking forward to using it in Genesys format. Because... So to me, it reads like, because this is reweighting and this is point distributions, right? This means like one half of the equation is going to go down, the other half is going to go up. To me, this reads like they're going to increase the points of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and they're going to reduce the points on the extra deck, which, in my opinion, is a massive buff to Branded if they're really reducing some of the extra deck. Because Branded doesn't really need the Fallen and the Virtuous, right? Branded can just play without that card completely, or just play 1 copy like they're saying here. But if the extra deck gets way cheaper, then Branded gets way better. I guess as a non-branded player, this is not great for me because I would have liked to play the Fallen and the Virtuous in another deck as a 3-of with Albion in the extra deck. But that was already super expensive, and if the Fallen and the Virtuous gets more expensive, that's basically impossible. That sounds like something that could make Branded a real thing, maybe even too powerful, but I guess we'll see how exactly they do it. I'm sure they're aware that Branded is a really powerful strategy in general, especially in a Genesys environment, so they should be a little careful with reducing the points on Branded, but we'll see. This is an example of how, when we hit cards before they're out, we might guess wrong sometimes, but we're happy to correct that with the next list. And I think that is good. I think this is good. I think they should put points on new cards more aggressively. And if they notice, like, oh, we hit that too hard, then just go back down next time. I think that's better than a deck releasing and basically becoming like a tier 0 deck in Genesys format because it has no points, right? I think... At least I personally would prefer if a deck was a little underpowered on release and then becomes stronger on the next update than if it's completely overpowered and then they have to tone it down and we all have to deal with like, oh, 4 to 6 weeks of super broken, full power, whatever, right? Not like I hate Radiant Typhoon or anything, but I think Radiant Typhoon would have been a lot more fun to have in Genesys format if it wasn't so overpowered, right? It wasn't like the only best deck in the format or anything like that, but it was definitely overtuned. But yeah. Generic housekeeping. There are several handy generic cards that almost no one uses at the current values that'll drop. We're also still figuring out how gradual to make these declines. If a card isn't played, but then drops to 0, suddenly everyone would play 3, and then it just yo-yos back and forth. There's a sweet spot somewhere. The next update after this one will happen around the release of Burst Protocol. There are no official large-scale Genesys events between now and then, so the primary purpose of that update will be to add points to cards releasing in Burst Protocol and adjust other costs based on the addition of Burst Protocol. Okay. All things considered, this is a pretty nice announcement. I think like 95% of what's said here is definitely moving in the right direction. I'm not sure how I feel about Hecka Hands and Cool Tune specifically getting points on release, but like I said earlier, rather put some points on them and then if no one plays them, go down later. So I think that's okay. I'm okay with that too. Happy to see Droll and Lockbird being talked about. Super happy about the Onomat hits. Onomat at the moment, I mean, I've been repeating myself. Onomat at the moment is my by far least favorite deck to play against in Genesys format. I think it encapsulates everything I don't want to see in Yu-Gi-Oh! So like, I'm happy to see that we're talking about the main deck engine, as well as the extra deck, as well as Rafflesia to beat hand traps and so on and so forth. Especially with Droll and Lockbird getting more points, the Onomat deck needs to go. Couple of things that I would have liked to see a mention here. Rongo Miniat is not mentioned at all. Now, maybe with the, hopefully the death of Onomat Ryziel, or Onomat, just Onomat, no Ryziel. Hopefully with the death of Onomat, Rongo will go away. Still, I think like a 31-point Rongo is always a problem that's like looming over the format and could ruin it at any point. They did mention it in the previous post, but they didn't say it was going to get points. Also, we're not talking about Dimensional Fissure at all, which I think is kind of cringe. I think Dimensional Fissure is like... Dimensional Fissure goes against everything, like the entire philosophy of Genesys format. It just like kind of blows my mind that we're not talking about certain cards like Dimensional Fissure, or also, what's the other one? There's that counter trap that says like the opponent can't summon a Gravity Collapse. Like those kind of things, right? Like, why are we not talking about those cards? You know, like there's so many floodgates on the Genesys list that are like 100 points because they recognize that that sort of playstyle isn't fun. But then why are we not even... Why are those 0 points? You know, Macro, Di-Fi, Gravity Collapse, Mistaken Arrest, whatever. You know, like, I just don't see a reason to have those cards at 0 points. Dimension Shifter as well. Like, at the moment, it's not seeing as much play, but the card is just not fun. So why is it at 10 points? Why is there always a chance that someone decides to play a deck with Dimension Shifter and it just costs them 30 points to do so? Those are just some things that, like, even though some of them are being played right now, some of them aren't. I think it's just the kind of thing where, like, it's just... They're just waiting to ruin a day for someone, right? So, yeah. I would like to see that addressed at some point. Other than that, pretty happy with these. I'm looking forward to the update in should be in a couple of days from now. It looks to be a pretty good one. And I mean, of course, maybe these changes are on there, right? Maybe these changes are on there. And they just aren't talking about them yet. Maybe it's going to be a nice surprise to see cards like that go up. So we'll see. But nice. All right. And with that, I'm booting up the Master Duel. I have a question about Runic. Specifically, what do you think of its viability with Draco Tail? I'm not asking if it would be the best variant, just if I could work together fairly well. It looks like it might have some pretty fun synergies. What is the synergy between Runic and Draco Tail? Because you can't use the Runics as fusion material for Draco Tail monsters. And you will play a bunch of spell cards that you can't fuse with. I don't see it. Even as the biggest Runic supporter, I do not see the synergy there. Okay, so I've been laddering these last couple of days off stream as well, as some of you may have noticed. I've been playing Draco Tail mostly. I can show you the list in a second. I've been saving the Duelist Cup grind for the stream, but I've been doing regular ladder. I'm just like two games away from Master 1. It's been going pretty well. It's been pretty smooth with Draco Tail. I've lost like 3 games in the last 20. It's in Master 2, to be fair, or Master 3. But this is what I've been playing. I added a Frixel over 1 Bell, I think, after the last stream, because I wanted more Draco Tail names. But this is basically my pure Draco Tail list. Today, in the Duelist Cup, so the more I play, the more I feel like Draco Tail is probably going to be my deck for the Duelist Cup. One problem that I've run into a couple of times is Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea is definitely good against Draco Tail, to say the least. But I really liked I really liked that going second, I had a lot of non-engine, and I really liked that, Max C didn't hurt me and stuff. Like, that's something that I really enjoyed. So I've been enjoying Draco Tail a lot. So I just want to try different versions. What do I have here right now? Is this the branded version? Yeah, this is the branded version. Sure, okay. Let's just jam some games. We can try the Megistus version at some point as well, yeah. Oh, we got the level up to start with. Nice. Am I the only one that didn't see Retaliating Sea? I mean, it's not like everywhere, but I'm definitely seeing it. K2 Draco Tail. Now, here's the thing. I could Ash this and hope that they can't play. But realistically, if they can't play, my hand loses to a single Ash on Rahu. I guess if they play, I have Fuva. Oh, that shit. I was thinking if they can now, because now if they can play, they get to Flame, and I don't have Ash for Flame is the annoying part. But yeah, see. I guess best case, they don't have 2 Draco Tail. Ooh, okay, so this is a spell or trap, I think. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have... They probably would have ashed my Uva if the card in hand was a monster? Is what I'm thinking right now. I think I have to Veiler this Gulamel just to resolve my Magnamoot, by the way. Because otherwise, not looking too great. Razor, thank you for the 27. We might be able to. Also, Snagons, thank you for the 46 months. Is your name the same forward and backward? That's crazy. Wait, they didn't use Urgula. They didn't use Urgula. So here's the thing, right? They clicked end of main phase. Oh no, they didn't. Never mind. They didn't yet. I was just toggled on. Yeah, okay. I was confused. Yeah, I have to use this Veiler. Otherwise, if this is Draco Tail Flame, which they probably do have, right? They probably have Draco Tail Flame. So, of course, the reason I Veilered is because that's the only Light and Dark in rotation right now. So here, I think I grab Molulu. Because otherwise... Oh, that's an insane draw. Okay. 5 mana in hand. 5 mana in hand. 1 unknown and Draco Tail Horn. I guess I could start Rahu and just check if the set is Draco Tail Flame. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, it's not Flame. Okay. So I guess would they really not have gone for Flame? Let's get Gulamel out here. Urgula from deck, Molulu from hand. Summon Gulamel in defense to not give a target to Horn. It's Sting and Horn. You think you go for Sting okay. It is Sting and Horn, okay. So now they have to horn their own Gulamel if they want to get a trap. But yeah, I think I win this. I should win this pretty easily. Unless the draw is crazy, because now they can't even use the 5 mana. So 5 mana plus 1. I think for me it's Dracotail Horn first. I guess Ash top deck on this would be pretty good, but they don't have it. Okay, nice. It's actually game because they... Just because they decided to pop my Gulamel, because now I can bring it back in attack mode. I'll add back my Ash. Put Lucia's Chainlink 3 to play around Bell on Gulamel. Nice. Hi, Appaloosa Me. Thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Ooh, this is one of the hands I was talking about. This just has one play. Here's an interesting question. So there's actually 3 things I could add here. I could add 5 mana to instantly perform a fusion summon, which is probably the safest. I could add Lucius, which is the greediest. Or I could go Malulu, which is like the middle ground. Because, like, Lucius is the greediest because it gets me to everything, but if they have Imperm, I explode, which I don't think I should risk. I think it's Malulu. Because... Okay. Because with Malulu, if I get Impermed, I still have Flame, Ash, Veiler, and I can still Malulu fuse on their turn to get another interruption as well as get follow-up, right? So I think that was the right way to do it there. Locks you into fusion, but I think it's okay. I think they just disconnected. It said connection failed, so... Ooh, not a great hand for going second. What's your thoughts about the Performer Pal Pendulum that fusion summons a dragon? It's fine. Sky Striker? Question mark? Yeah. I'm not sure ashing this is correct. But I didn't hide my toggle. Yeah, I didn't hide my toggle properly. Oh, they need to draw? Okay. I think you do because they might just add all roll. That was my logic. It's like, okay, if they already have engine, they can just go add multi-roll to play through Ash in the future, but now I just get destroyed. But I guess my hand always gets destroyed by that hand. Because eventually I'm gonna Ash, and then the Talents is live, and then a second engage hits me. Like, it's just, yeah. It's a matchup that we can maybe outgrind if they don't play. It depends on the non-engine they choose to play, right? Like Ash Blossom would be pretty sick against my hand, so. Is it true Sky Striker is a bad matchup? Sky Striker is not a great matchup. It's like winnable, but it's hard. And it also, like, I think it's a very skill-intensive matchup as well, so we'll see. Against this start, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. So there's 2 Widow Anchors in hand already. That helps. That doesn't help. Okay, I would rather get my Branded Fusion ashed, to be fair, if they have it. Let's start with Branded Fusion. Nice. I mean, that basically forces them to use Zero and Widow Anchor, which is the best I can do with just one special summon. Yeah. And then realistically from here, I probably lose. But maybe there's a chance. I can still normal summon, so I could grab Ketu, but what's the point of adding Ketu here? Ketu... Normal summon Lucius, I guess? Or just get Horn. For more defense. Can Lemniscate bounce face downs? I keep forgetting. Yeah, it can. Oh god. That just bounces my entire back row. So I have to get this. Frixel. Oh, I could go for Frixel. That gives them more draws. Maybe it's what I need to do. I mean, at this point, they already have infinite card advantage anyways. I think Frixel might be the play. Lucius, then hope to draw seems the best play. The problem is I won't draw because they bounce my entire back row in the end phase. Actually, no, they can't. They can only bounce one. Because they don't have... Oh, they have 3 ace. No, they can bounce 2. They bounce 2, which is going to be... I can bluff set the Rahu, but for the most part, I think it's this. Yeah, okay, man. That was pretty rough. Because also, like, I could have hit the Lemnis Gate with the Urgula, but I missed it, the 50-50. There was 2 sets left. I hit the Widow Anchor, which is... The Widow Anchor was dead anyways. So had I hit the... Had I hit the Lemnis Gate, I would have been okay here, I think. But, yeah. Okay, that's an odd decision. That's also an odd decision. Okay. Nice, that resolved. That's big. Get Ketu. Alright, so now it's just a matter of do I die this turn, which I could very well die this turn. But I guess we'll see. I have my only disruption is I have an Arthalion in the grave. That if they are not careful is gonna return, but yeah. Maybe I had to banish the Lemnis Gate in Graveyard, because that might kill me right now. I guess we'll see. I don't know any of the cards in hand. They didn't search anything or add anything back yet. So the cards in hand are unknown. It was like Kagari. For linkage. Linkage in grave is GG. Not yet. No, not this way. If I bring the Arthalion back, they just pop it with the 0. So that's why I didn't do it yet. Wait, they're linkaging the 0? Okay. I don't think this kills me. Unless it's 2 more linkage in hand, but they would have set... Oh, wait. 4,000? No, that doesn't kill me. They play 2 rows. Okay. Area 0. Oh, this is nothing. Yeah. How did they lose that? Jesus Christ. Okay. Bro, they had like 10 cards after the turn 1. They had Maxi, Ash, and Bell. Come on, man. Don't do Sky Striker like that. The deck is better than that. Since Draco Tail traps can can they be activated under draw? They can be, because the draw part is optional. It's like do something and then you can, you know, do whatever. Okay, with this hand, I think normal summon Molulu, activate Branded Fusion is nice. Because if I get Max Seed or Fubat, I can chain the Molulu and then just give them 1 draw for like a pretty good setup. So I think it's just normal Molulu, activate Brafu. Okay. What do I summon here? Sanctifier? Sanctifier or Albion? Yeah, I think it's Sanctifier with Frixel. How do you choose which one to use first, Branded Fusion or Rahu? In this hand, I chose Branded Fusion because of the play that I mentioned. If they had Max C, I wanted to chain Molulu and fuse with the Urgula in my hand. And if I do the same thing with Rahu, I don't want to fuse away the Nibiru from my hand, right? Because my Molulu would fuse the Urgula away. You could just fuse both so it doesn't resolve. I could, right? But that's not what I wanted to do. I would have preferred to just get a Sanctifier for 1 draw. I think that was worth it. Okay, here it's an interesting question. Do I normal summon Molulu first? I don't think so, because if I summon Molulu, my Rahu becomes kind of mediocre because I have to fuse one of these 2 away. I think it's just Rahu, see if it gets Ashtar Impulsed. If it goes through, nice. If it doesn't go through, then normal Molulu and activate. Okay, so here I'm going to be using Molulu from hand, 1 from deck. Is this Gulamel first? Gulamel first. But then what do I fuse? Ketu or Luke? No, I think it's Arthalion first. How to play around Retaliating Sea? Normal summoning Molulu here would have played around Retaliating Sea a little bit. A little bit. So I'm fusing Mululu from hand and Lucius from the deck. I think. Or is it Frixel? Is Frixel nice here to add back with Arthalion? No, I think it's Phimena. Phimena now back to hand, then I can Ketu for... Okay, fine. That's okay. Okay, so it can be normal summon Lucius here, or it could also be normal summon Frixel. Frixel, revive Phimena, bounce Phimena back to hand is kind of cool, but it's also kind of the same thing as Lucius search Phimena. What about Frixel special Mululu? I think that's it. Yeah. Now this means I'm not gonna have Phimena on their turn, but I have Mululu, which is fine. I could activate Mululu here for Gulamel. Set the other trap with Frixel. Is that better than having Mululu on their turn? What's better? Mululu on their turn to get the negate, or have Draco Tail sting yet already? Gulamel plus sting. Mululu is trickier for them. Depends on the deck, right? But probably. Can use Secretariat and then revive Magna? Not with Mululu. Mululu has to summon Draco Tails. This feels like a pretty good... This feels like a pretty good horn on res. Okay, it's Fiendsmith Mitsu. The Magna is pretty nice here. That's also nice. Pretty good hand. Search prayers. Ooh, did you open the ritual spell? That's really annoying. Okay, no. Okay, that's good for me. That's very good. So this way I don't have to worry about my Veiler getting dodged anymore. That's really, really sick. This thing would have put in work, but the Molulu is also pretty good to have here. I think it's time to play lab. I think that's almost never the case at the moment. They should not have activated this because it gets Mululu'd anyways. I was gonna say Labubu, yeah. You have brain rotted me. Still 4 in hand. Well, they have Mitsurugi Ritual, Lacrima, and I think 2 unknowns. Could have let this one go through and then held Veiler Nib, but that was a little risky into Called by the Grave. So I didn't want to do that. If they called by my Veiler, I get destroyed by the Caesar. I can't let them make Caesar. I think. Tried the Magistus yet? No, but we can. We can. Let me just play a couple more games with Branded and then we can do Magistus. Surprised to still see Fiendsmith. There's a lot of decks that are incorporating Fiendsmith right now, yeah. It's a little surprising. Not super surprising, but a little. Nice. They greeted into Nib. Probably gonna Nib on res here. To play around Photon Lord. I'm not sure if they have room for Photon Lord in the extra deck. They probably don't, but better safe than sorry. Brixel is in the grave. Not show the branded fusion yet. Chain prayers, no tribute. There's an imperm in this column, which there very well might be. This could be a problem. Oh, nice. No imperm. Okay. Whew. Could be the counter trap then. Or, I mean, I know it's not technically a counter trap, but you know what I mean. So if it's not imperm, I'll fuse one extra. If it's Great Purification, they can only negate my Arthalion right now. Ooh, I think it might be Great Purification because they're bringing back a ritual monster. This one's also kind of hard for me to out. I can negate it with Mululu, I guess. But this is going to hand anyways. Nice. Yeah, not that hard to out. How are you handling the Apophis matchup with Draco Tail? I don't think I've lost one on my climb so far. I mean, yeah, okay, if they just negate your starters, then I guess you might lose. Oh, this hand sucks. That's what I hate about Albaz. But I guess if it was pure, this would just be a non-engine. Going second this hand was fine because Magnamood can search Mululu, but now we're just gonna have to survive this turn. That's very funny to happen exactly after I said I think this deck has a good matchup against Apophis. But I guess this card is one way to lose it. I can't beat DeFi. I did the right thing. I won the coin toss, but I didn't open a playable hand. Yeah, that's yeah. I can make Mirror Jade with this, right? Oh, nice. I can make this, right? Because it's a dragon. If I wanted to. So what's the best thing to do here? Because I could go Chaos with double Mululu to pop 2. I pop the Dormouse, I guess, but if they have a way to keep playing. But the problem, I can make Lubellion into Mirror Jade and negate the Dormouse, I guess. Is that better? Lubellion is highest value but loses to Impulse. It doesn't lose to Impulse. I make it Chainlink 1. I make it Chainlink 1. I'm just wondering whether it's Lubellion or Chaos. Okay, let's try the Lubellion. Maybe now it's Chaos to pop both, right? Because I can fuse Albaz and Molulu for it. Yeah, Chaos pop both. Probably better than Mirror Jade. That was a pretty weird Duelist worm, but okay. I mean, yeah, if they still have a play, then we are doomed. So at least the Dormouse doesn't trigger, so this alone... Okay, that also not yet. Oh, they can still normal summon. Oh yeah, they add back Dormouse now. Oh man. Yeah, we lost. Maybe still okay. How is it okay? If they just grab Dormouse, banish White Rabbit. So Arthalion was better? No, nothing was better. What I did was fine. It's just their hand was insane. How am I supposed to beat Underground Bestial March Hare MTP07? What do you want me to do? Mysterion might have worked. No, they had Druid Worm. A good Banlist could have worked. No way we still hating on a rogue deck? I'm banning you. Right now. And it's forever. I'm leaving a note to never unban you as well. Never. Wouldn't Mirror Jade win this with the board wipe? So the thing is, like, if I make Mirror Jade, they probably just don't out it. They just let me banish once and then ignore it. I don't see a reason for them to get rid of it. PWC. The only reason we might have any chance in this is because they're playing Malice the way they're playing Malice. But for that, I also need to draw a Draco Tail now. That's pretty good. The card in hand is Chessy Cat, yeah. So this is TB11. So as of now, they don't even have 07 in rotation. They don't even have a non-target banish yet. They somehow managed to end on no disruption. Except for that one face down. But if that one face down is impulse, I lose anyways after all this. So it's probably imperm, right? Probably imperm. I swear to God, if you tell me after we win this game that I crashed out for nothing, there's gonna be casualties in chat, okay? The only reason why I'm winning this is because they don't know how to play Mallet, okay? Didn't chain imperm. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so card in hand is Chessy Cat. Bro, how do you end on 0 disruptions? 0. Come on, man. I'm losing my friggin' mind, man. Biohazard, thank you so much for the gifties. Head to... I can make Secretarion with a dragon. But if I make Secretarion, I don't have a spellcaster in the grave right now. No, Farfa can say it, because when Farfa says something, I know it's wrong, so that's okay. That's no problem. He can say shit like that. That's fine. Flame or Sting? Runic is a fair and healthy deck. All right, outplayed. Okay, you win this round. You win this round. bullying the poor rogue deck man, who definitely used their deck to its fullest potential. Had no chance because my deck is so broken. Shut up. Man. Man. Okay. I guess I should put this in the Apophis zone. So they can't set an imperm into the column, I guess. Should have done that with the Ketu, but I mean. Fine. Nobody plays embodiment? Usually not. I don't hate the idea, but let's see if they put imperm here. Yeah, this should have been the other way around, but I'm fine. But this should have been the other way around. I said it just as I said the Rahu as well, but that's another. I was thinking about setting another Ketu, but I just figured it wasn't that bad if they negated it with imperm. I didn't want to have the duplicate. It's another thing about like Odeon decks is like whenever your opponent has 5 mana, you just explode. Do you think people will stop hating on Draco Tail once K9 and Yummy come out? Or no one's hating on Draco Tail. Everyone agrees it's an awesome deck. Oh, Brand Fusion. I hate it. Yeah, but if you hate Draco Tail, you probably just hate the idea of people playing a good Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Which always exists. Don't people hate Yami because Mitsu mostly? I think Yami's pretty cool. The pure Yami deck is pretty nice. I like it. But it's not everyone does. 40 card deck. Let's get Sting. Maybe it was Horn. Because Sting is kind of like Magnamood kind of does the same thing as Sting against some decks like Mitsu. But alas. Aruha. Okay. Special and Unchained monster from the deck. No. I don't think so. Could probably just flame whatever they search off of this. Yeah. Probably have to draw though, it's fine. I mean, whatever else they search, I probably also just flame, so okay. Smith. Okay. Good thing I went for Sting. Albion also pretty sick here. Yeah. Isn't Mysterion busted? There was a million ways to auto-win that game right there. I mean, branded Draco Tail, when did I start playing this? Here? I mean, it's been pretty good. You should try the Fiend Pile eventually. Mutiny in the Sky is awesome. It sounds like a very fun deck. I don't think it's very good, but it sounds very fun. I keep drawing Albaz, man. I've drawn Albaz more than Branded Fusion today, I'm pretty sure. It is just a 2-to-1 ratio. With this hand, I'm just gonna Ash Lucius and hope for the best, dude. You can hold Ash for Rahu sometimes, that works, but I don't know, my hand's pretty ass. I kinda need to hope they can't do shit. It's not likely, but it might work. Yep, it didn't work. Maybe they have no Draco Tail in hand. Okay, never mind. In mirror, this hand cooks. Okay. I guess I'll try. I mean, I will try because it is the mirror. So it is playable. I'm happy to have a second Ash. Would you Ash Lucius, Jordan, or would you hold for Rahu? With a hand like this. Maybe hold for Rahu is correct? Rahu? Yeah. Hold for the trap? Well, I mean, I have a second Ash. I had two, so I would have had one for the trap no matter what. Wait, did they bounce their own from feet? Okay. I mean, I guess it kind of works. I'm not sure what the reason is, but... They do get to everything, so whatever. Yeah, if I held for that Rahu, that would have been nice. Okay. Yeah, the Lucia... If the Lucius resolves, then maybe there's a world. Okay. I'm not sure why we shotgun Femena right now, but... Oh, they just heard... They heard somewhere that Secretarion is a good card. I see. Okay. In the mirror match. Just summon Secretarion as soon as possible. And then you win. So they've been told. Unfortunately, I don't have Pan or Malulu in hand to punish this. That would be very good. But I still think we are going to be okay here. We'll see. No, my Lucius! Okay. Femena. And we make a Gulamel in defense that we can activate later once the Secretarion is gone, maybe? Or my own Secretarion. Those are the two options. My own Secretarion... I mean, they're not gonna make another Arthalion this turn, so the Arthalion doesn't seem... The Secretarion doesn't seem that good. I'm gonna get Ketu Rahu. I'm gonna activate Ketu, get Pan. Pan Fuse. I think it is Secretarion. Let me confirm the locations. Flame is there, Sting is there. Okay. I can Ash Sting, I think. Or I could also run them out of traps completely if I hold Ash for the next one. Right? Because this is not recycling a trap. Or it could recycle a trap because my Pan is resolved. No, my Urgula resolves before it. If I'm gonna pop Flame now, so I don't have to worry about holding Ash for Flame. So if I Ash Horn, yeah, I Ash Horn, so they are out of traps. So Sting banishes. They draw 1. Okay, quick. Which one was Flame? This one. Okay, so I'm popping Flame. Lucius for Rahu. Activate Ketu. I have normal summoned. I think Pan. And I summon Gulamel. Activate Pan. Told you it cooks? It did cook, yeah, you're right. Sometimes I forget how good the Draco Tail Mirror is. And I just like assume that when they're cooking going first, I lose. Because that's a very modern Yu-Gi-Oh brain that I've developed. And I'm just like, you know, if they get to combo and all their things, then I'm like cooked. But then it's not that way. I should be fine here, right? Because now they have no traps left. I'm gonna start to assemble my traps. Which one is the most important one? Probably Sting. Or probably Flame, but... Get rid of Secretarion. Now I got Urgula. Add back 5 mana, because I haven't used 5 mana's graveyard. Oh, could have popped there with Gulamel. Activate Rahu. Chain Gulamel. Which one is Ketu? Rahu is this. Okay, pop Ketu. Rahu, summon Arthalion. Use 5 mana. Probably Albaz from hand as well. Oh, wait, why did I not? Oh, okay, I got cooked. The first one, huh? Why did it not let me add one from deck? Oh, anyways. You have to pick deck first? Oh, okay. I've noticed it when I was playing on my own that happens sometimes. But I hadn't quite figured out yet what exactly the problem was. But alright, that's annoying. I should still be fine here, but that could have made... My plan was to send Frixel from deck. So that I get another trap, and then Secretarion revive Frixel, which is insane card advantage, but... I mean, I can also special Albaz and kill here, I guess. Which plays into Nib. Maybe I shouldn't even activate Secretarion, because this is summon number 5. Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate, because I feel like if that didn't happen with the Rahu, I would have been pretty safe there no matter what happens. Now I just had a lose condition for no reason. But yeah, nice. Good game. Leo Boss, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Also, Live Slayer, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. No traps and you have Ash, so you win the grind game. I mean, yeah, I was winning no matter what, probably. But, like, if I get nipped there, it's a little more shaky. I mean, I still lose, I guess. This is mega greed. I don't know. I feel like this is the best I can do. Because I can wait until they have more bodies, but I do also get the Veiler back. So even if they have March here, Mysterion negates splash, beats every extender. I don't know. I feel like this is similar. Bouncing binder on summon. I mean, maybe, yeah. Maybe I can wait. But I think it's like, what do they need here? March here alone is not enough because I add Veiler back, right? So it's like, I guess I risk losing to March here plus like, or like Gold Sarcophagus, I guess. I don't know. Mysterion in response to Splash Mage. I banish Splash Mage and Chessy Cat, but Chessy Cat comes back. And then I also don't have the Veiler back in hand, right? So like, there's a March here on the field. There's a Chessy Cat on the field, so I just lose to backup, right? You negate Splashers Mululu. Oh, I just make Mysterion, and then... okay, I see what you're saying. Negate Splash and make Mysterion. Sure. It's worse into backup. I don't know. I think removing the Link 2 body and having the Veiler in hand is pretty safe. They definitely need a 2-card combination to beat that, right? There's no 1 card that beats me there. Knuzep, thank you for the 20 months. Will you play Dracotail in the event? Currently, it's looking like Dracotail is the one I like the most from the decks. I'll start with Rahu just in case this is Purge. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Nice. Awesome. Cool. Good talk. Yeah, awesome. Love that card. Let me banish. What's the least important one? Maybe the second Urgula? Yeah. I mean, at least I get to add the Veiler back. It's not going to be live under Shifter next turn, but at least I get the Veiler back. So I'm not losing like infinite cards on this exchange. So this looks like it's Odeon Primite. My hand is not that bad here, actually. It's really not that bad. Sure, whatever. But, okay, I have a flame now. If they top deck into Primite or Odeon Engine via spell card, I have Valor and Ash, and I have the bigger monster. Like I think realistically I'm okay here. I think. And they literally die next turn, and the Ether Barrel gets banished as well, which is good for me. They probably drew another monster. To be fair, they probably have more monsters in hand if they draw like this, or if they play like this. So, yeah. It's hard enough for this deck, I think, to out an Arthalion, but an Arthalion backed by a Dracotail Flame should be pretty good. Okay, I did not expect that. This is like one of the worst things that could happen, because it's the only way. Like, first of all, I didn't even think it was this deck. Come on, man. Why is this in defense? Oh, it cannot attack anyways, but it's 1,000 defense. Okay. What's the worst Draco Tail in my deck? Let me banish it with Rahu so I don't draw into it. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, they're playing around Horn. That's fair enough. What a stupid combination of cards to lose to. Bro. I mean, I guess that's good news because that plays into my flame. That's actually, I'm not going to complain about that one. It's ridiculous in the grand scheme of things, but it's good for me here because I have a counter to this. They will look at my hand after, which is really annoying because of the preparations, I guess. So it's not actually that good. Awesome. Just draw 5 mana? Yeah, I wish. Goodbye, second Urgula now. Maybe I should have put back an Urgula to account for this. Yeah, now they bring this. Such a stupid game to... Come on. Dimension Shifter, man. Okay. Wait, where's Fenrir? send Pan to make Arthalion. Arthalion bounce Shangri-Era. Pan pop Unicorn. Set Ketu. Activate Ketu. Search. Yeah, I think it's Gulamel. Use Ash in hand as well as Pan. Then Pain Gulamel. Resolve for Ketu. It would really help if I put an Urgula back, because I think I would have liked to go for Urgula here. Mululu. Brixel Arthalion. I kind of like, it's hard to out this. I kind of have to bounce this with Arthalion, but if I bounce this with Arthalion, my turn ends. They die, they're right on low on LP. I'm trying to find a way to kill them, but in order to kill them, I feel like I have to bounce this with Arthalion now. Mululu could permanegate it? Yes, but it still has 3000 defense. Lucius, make Arthalion. Add back Lucius, normal summon Lucius, add Phimena. Doesn't do it. Phimena, fuse Lucius and Arthalion. Lucius and Arthalion. Not make that. I found it. Because the Gulamel comes back if the materials fall off the Shangri. That was easier than I thought. Yeah, I didn't realize that until like just now. All right, this nip better do work. 54 cards. Oh, I think that's just Draco Tail. But what Draco Tail deck plays 54 cards? Jacko Salmona, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Also, it's Herrick. Thank you for the prime as well. Appreciate the first time primes a lot. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, fusing Urgula and Albaz. Interesting. Yeah, maybe a heavier branded engine could be. Who knows? They are not locked into fusions yet, so they could make seals. I never know if it's worth using Nib when they go for seals, because it's like, well, I tribute like kind of nothing, and they just get Magnamood for it. This Solver is so down bad territory. I think it makes sense. I think this card is decent. Okay, Rahu now. Okay. Guys, I think I found a pretty good spot to nib. So far, they have Horn, and they have Urgula add back Phimena, but I don't think I know of a single Draco Tail in their hand, and realistically, they should not have a Draco Tail in their hand. Because they fused with Albaz. So if they had more Draco Tails, surely they would have fused with more Draco Tails. This Rahu is also... Oh, this the Horn. Okay, one set. Alright, cool. Should be alright. Ooh, nice. Do I start Rahu Draco Tail? That plays into Flame for no real reason. I could try to pop Flame. Yeah, let's try to pop Flame. And not play into it. Okay, now I just lose to Flame. But well, I mean, that combination I can never beat. With Rahu plus Mululu, I never beat Flame plus Valor. If it is Flame. Just pass? I die if I pass. I'm pretty sure. Because I know they have a Femena in hand already, so they can definitely fuse with this and kill me next turn. I mean, I probably lose regardless, but... yeah, the hard draw flame and Veiler in 54 kind of got me there. There's no way they play into Nib there. Waste of time. Magistus? I'll do Magistus once we hit level 20. That was the rank up game just now, right? We lost the rank up, so we should need 2 more wins or something. Oh yeah, disconnect me when I win a coin toss. Do it. This hand is nice. Okay. There could be a really sick Secretary online here with the branded fusion involved. I'm not super well versed in those. Well, I'm not sure. Let me get Urgula. Branded fusion. Send Frixel Albaz. Yeah, you revive Frixel with Secretarion. So let me grab Rahu. Activate Femena. Let's just try it. Let me try that. Okay, so I fuse Urgula Pan. No. That always confuses me. Thank God you can cancel that. Okay, activate Secretarion. Summon Frixel. Oh, now I have to put back Albaz. Or Urgula. This should have been... the Urgula should have been Pan. Okay, I see. Special Frixel. Frixel effect. Special Femena. Add Femena back to hand. Activate Rahu. Make our Thalion. With Mululu. And Femena. I mean, this was kind of cute, but I also just have like more than I need now. Like, I don't even know. I can activate both now to set Ketu for follow-up, I guess, but... I did this line once and got nibbed. I mean, does it matter if I get nibbed here? The quality of my board is mainly due to the back row and the stuff I have in hand now. I don't feel like Nib here is a problem, per se. The only annoying thing is that I don't have Albaz in grave right now to revive with Albion. But I think it's fine, because Albion can still revive Lucius and is still Graveyard Interruption, right? Depending on the deck that they're playing. So it's not that bad. Like I can steal, I guess I could steal the Lurie as well, but I think it's just Sting at this point. Is Albion used to play around evenly? That's one thing it does, yeah. Ooh. That is a sick pickup. Mitsurugi Prayers, no tribute. Mitsurugi Prayers, no tribute. Fine. You think Red Reboot is good right now? It's not bad. The problem is you need to play a deck that does well with it. Like, you need to be able to kill, basically, I think. Because Draco Tail, in this situation, if I get Red Rebooted, you still have to play through a lot, and you kind of still have to kill me, otherwise my follow-up is way too strong, so... Or have a way to just pop the cards, yeah. If you have a deck that can easily destroy all the back row, which I don't know what that would be. But yes, if you have a bunch of removal in your deck to just kill the stuff they set for free, then it could be okay. Striker. Yeah, but in Striker, I think there's better ways to deal with a Draco Tail field than Red Reboot. Memento? Memento could be one of those decks, yeah. But then again, Reboot is a dead card when you go first, unless you get hit with Imperm or Impulse, I guess. Then it could work. So yeah. Tenpai, Gem Knight, yeah, those kind of decks could play Reboot. These have been pretty fortunate 2 draws, Valor and Magna. How often do you skip the set effects of the Spellcaster Draco Tails? I mean, early on, almost never. But as soon as you get into like a grindier game, it can definitely matter if you're starting to run out of the traps. Especially if like your trap cards get ashed or belled and you don't have as many of them in rotation anymore, so you get less recycling every turn. You can definitely run out of Draco Tails. Out of Draco Tail spell traps, rather. I don't need to play into talents here. I mean, realistically, I can probably just go for game. Like here, for example, when I'm so far ahead, I probably won't need to use anything to set that doesn't set a trap card. Like I'm gonna use Urgula to pop one of those back row, but other than that, I don't really have to worry about anything. Gonna use Urgula. I'm probably just gonna summon a Gulamel with Urgula and Ban. And just use Urgula, I think. Okay, decent called by on the Urgula. Okay, we hit the bluff mirror. Unfortunate. But realistically, don't really know what they could have here. Bounce hero and monster to shuffle Urgula back. That, I could have done that, yeah. That was a good play. Do you think Draco is a crazy skilled deck to play, or is it comparable to like Mitsu? I mean, I don't think Mitsurugi is like the easiest deck to play, but I think Draco Tail is around that level. It's not like crazy complicated. It does have a couple of tricky situations that you face. But it's like the middle of the pack, I think. What I like about it is that it doesn't test the same skills as some of the other decks. Like it's more like resource management oriented rather than how to best combo and stuff. But yeah. Not the hardest thing in the world. WCS top 12 is always funny to me. Yeah, that one stings. I always draw Maxi Fuva against like Odeon decks. Oh, it's Haba. Okay, nice. Never mind. They're good. I didn't chain them because I thought it was like a trap deck. So I didn't want to waste them. I wanted to use them as fusion material. Also because I had both. If I only had one of them, I probably would have just, you know, chained it. pretty okay spot considering they had Ash for one of the Charmy. I mean, I resolved Maxi, can't really complain. It's still not too bad for them. In all fairness, they still have the counter, the trap card plus 4 other cards in hand with the Habaki, with the Murakumo on board. Like, it's really not that bad. 3 sets. Okay, dude, chill. I've been thinking about replacing Veilers with Mourners because there's a couple of matchups where Mourner seems very nice on your own turn, like hitting Arthalion or hitting Murakumo. Or I guess maybe even Whitebinder in the Malice matchup. Like, sometimes I've been annoyed by Veiler not being able to use on your own turn, or draw phase or end phase or whatever. I guess the only downside is you cannot Veiler, you cannot Mourner or normal summon like Lucius or Mululu or Man or whatever, right? Okay, so Murakumo, huh? Or with Rahu. Probably. I mean, anything that threatens a fusion summon realistically probably forces the trap card. So what I'm hoping for here is that they don't have 3 ways to stop all my cards, right? I know they have 1 way to stop one of these. Now I know that they had a second one. So now if they have an Imperm as well, I'm going to be in trouble. Imperm or Ash, and I'm going to be in trouble. Or okay, that's smart actually. You know what? That's I like that. It's not the worst play because it stops me from fusion summoning if they just don't revive. They just don't want to have a monster is I think the reason. That makes sense. I still get Phimena though is the issue with this play, right? Like I still get Phimena here. And now I know the last card is the trap. So now they can't activate the trap. So I'm just going to chain Phimena here while they cannot negate it. And then I cook. I'm going to summon Arthalion with Pan, Lucius, and Mululu. This is really weak into Veiler, but I honestly don't expect them to have Veiler. Also, yeah, if they Veiler this, if they activate Murakumo, I resolve my Pan in the grave. Yeah, I don't know what they were. That was kind of weird. They should have just used the trap on Hetu, I think. Okay. Nice. First stage completed. What I really like about this deck, we're going to try the Megistus version in a second. We can try to make Master 1 with it. I'm not sure if I prefer this version. Let me open both. I'm not sure if I prefer the branded version or the pure version, but this was pretty good. I think Bell is a consideration for the Duelist Cup. I'm not sure how much I liked Veiler. Like Veiler is decent right now. It's just like kind of okay against everything. Especially also if they normal summons Aurora in like the Megistus package, I think it's okay to have Veiler for that. Even though, is that so good? They still have Spenta in Grave and that still cooks. I don't know. But Veiler is good in the mirror. Veiler is decent against Malice. Veiler is sometimes okay against Mitsu stuff. And you can add it back with Arthalion. I think there's some arguments to be made that Bell is better because Bell is really good in the mirror match if you try to outgrind the trap cards. Mourner is also pretty decent. And you could also, obviously, you could play the 3rd copy of Nibiru. Or what you could do is you can just play all of those if you play the pure deck without branded. But I mean, Branded Fusion is a pretty nice extra push to have sometimes, so I don't know. But in this I've also been liking this version. This is the deck that I played for my normal ladder climb. Here, where I've almost reached Master 1, and it's been going pretty well for me as well with the pure version. But in general, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not set on it yet, but I've just been enjoying Draco Tail a lot in Master Duel right now. It's not that I necessarily think it is by far the best deck. It's just the one I like the most, and I feel like that's important for the Duelist Cup. Because let's say if Malice and Draco Tail are roughly the same power level, plus minus a few percent maybe, I would always prefer Draco Tail. So at the moment, I feel like I'm probably going to be playing Draco Tail for the second stage. But there's still a few things I need to try beforehand. It's so nice being able to shrug off Droll and Maxi. That's one of the main reasons. Like, I haven't really lost a single game because of Maxi, which is awesome. It's just freaking awesome to not auto lose to Maxi. But yeah, there's a couple of other decks that I probably should try at some point, like Mitsurugi variations, like Pure Mitsu or Mitsu Fiendsmith or whatever. I think those decks also are pretty strong. Odeon, I don't know if I would play that. Lunalight is like a decent deck, but I'm not sure about that one either. Malice, I do think is pretty strong still, but I'm not sure if I want to play it. Once again, probably not. But yeah, I just like Draco Tail. But one thing we can do, hold up, let me find a Megistus Draco Tail list real quick. I saw some on Twitter yesterday. Let me try that. Who posted a Draco Tail list? I forgot. Was it Yugioh? I know Yugioh has been a big fan of the Megistus version of the deck. Has he posted a list? No. I can just make one. Copy. Okay, so Megistus, the cards you definitely play are 3 Spenta, 1 Crowley, 1 Zoroa, 1 of this, 1 Chorozo, this guy, this, Savage. Dude, I got multiple royals for this package. Nice. I think that's it, right? Rank 4 Megistus. Which one? Chorozo is not mandatory? Okay. Oh yeah, I think this is the list that I saw that you just sent. Thank you. So Kaliga. Oh, extra deck is full. Okay, it's gonna be 1 Gula. Oh, Chorozo is not mandatory. Okay. Doesn't play this. Doesn't play this. Doesn't have Typhon. Doesn't have Philia. Doesn't have Chaos. Doesn't have Mysterion. Doesn't have this. Megistus. Is this the one? This is, while this card is equipped, you can target a Megistus card in your spell trap zone and a spell trap your opponent controls. Destroy. Ah, okay, nice. That's neat in mirrors. And you play Doom Dragon. Okay. Right. And then the main deck, you play 3 Spenta, 1 Zoroa, 1 Crowley. Yeah. Okay. So now we have to get this down to 40, basically. Which we're probably going to have to decide between Bell and Valor or Nib, or we cut down Engine. That's what a lot of people have been doing. a lot of people have been cutting down on engine. Like this version only has one pan, one Urgula. No Cartesia. It does kind of fit. They only play 2 traps. Do they play Frixel? No Frixel either. It plays 3 Veilers. Okay, the list from Gimlet is this minus 1 trap card. Which I'm not sure if I'm willing to make that step. I'm not sure if I'm willing to go play 2 traps in Draco Tail. I kind of love those traps too much. I could see myself just trying it with 41 or cut 1 Veiler or 1 Bell or whatever. I can just try it with 41 and see what happens. Okay, so the idea, I'm not 100% familiar with the Spenta lines, but okay, the idea is activate Spenta in hand. If you don't have a normal summon, you search Zoroa. If you have a normal summon, you can search Crowley for an instant special summon and then fusion effect, right? Or, and the full line is activate Spenta, search Zoroa, normal summon Zoroa, equip Spenta to Zoroa, no, equip Artemis to Zoroa. Zoroa revives Spenta. Artemis search Crowley. Right? And then special Crowley? Savage, then search. Ah, you can Savage and then re-equip the Artemis. Right, okay. Savage, then equip Artemis. Then, okay, I see. It's a little more risky than... Because if you get Veil... I mean, you probably would get Veilered on Zoroa, to be fair. But yeah. Oh, hello. He had a rough morning. Because people are already starting to use their New Year's fireworks. He doesn't like that. He really doesn't like that. But yeah. Hold up. Okay, there you go. All right, let's just try it. Ooh, nice. We drew Spenta first hand. Okay. I have one question. How does Spenta get me into... Spenta doesn't search me Draco Tail names, right? So if I open a hand that's low on Draco Tail names, I just get destroyed. Right? Good talk. So already hated here, but so this is banish this card from your grave, target a face-up monster you control, equip a Magistus monster from your extra deck to it. So I can normal summon Fuva, banish it, equip Artemis, Artemis search Crowley, special Crowley. And then I can use Crowley. Using monsters from your hand or field. I can use Crowley. Okay, let me try that. You could make an you could make an argument it was correct to just pass there, which maybe it was, but I wanted to try and see what that does. Now I get absolutely obliterated. Nice. Yeah, this deck is definitely better than pure Draco Tail. If it was Branded Fusion and I got Ash, it was the same thing. True, yes. But I didn't just cut Branded Fusion for the Magistus cards. I also cut Draco Tail names, right? I have 3 less Draco Tail names in this version. Dominus Purge. Okay, means I can't get ashed on Rahu anymore. It's good, I think. Is there ever an argument to make Artemis? How do I... Probably not, right? No real reason to. Use 5 mana. Yeah, use 5 mana from deck. Use... What's the worst card in my hand right now against whatever this implies? Odeon. Against Odeon, probably Bell is the worst card in my hand. If you make Artemis, you get a negate plus access to Magistus engine. Because I fused the Lucius with the I fused the Artemis with Arthalion into the Zoroa, right? Yeah. Realistically, I'm probably fine here though, right? Like I'm gonna add 5 mana back with Arthalion here. I'm gonna Ketu for Urgula. I'm gonna 5 mana the Lucius and Urgula into a Gulamel. Yeah, but that's just pure Draco Tail, so we're not trying the other stuff. We are, by extension, also trying the other stuff this way, because what we're doing is we're trying to see if it's necessary to win these games. Because ultimately, there's no point, at least in my opinion, there's no point in adding a higher ceiling if you don't use that higher ceiling to win games. If I'm always winning these games with pure Draco Tail, then I'm happy playing pure Draco Tail, if that makes sense. Sting or Horn against... What is... This is Blue Eyes or Odeon, right? Blue Eyes or Odeon. Against Blue Eyes or Odeon... Maybe it's Sting. Horn... Horn is more flexible. One thing that's worth noting about this version is that you are way less flexible in your 5-mana options, right? No Mysterion, no Philia Regis. They don't come up very often, to be fair, so I think it's okay to not have them, but still sometimes you're going to be annoyed. You think Super Poly does anything against Draco Tail, thinking about putting it in Memento? No. In Memento, I think what you want against Draco Tail is just cards like Ash and Bell, so you can negate cards like Sting and Flame. I think Draco Tail can break I think Memento can break the Draco Tail board if you just have counters to those cards. Like, yes, sometimes you're still going to lose to the hand traps that they have behind it, but I think it gives you a pretty good chance. Okay, so how bad is it to draw Crowley in this deck? I know you can fuse it and then add it back with Arthalion. I'm familiar with that technique. I think I'll Fuva on Summon of Lurie here. Nice, it resolved. Awesome. I might get no draws here, but I think with this hand, I'm okay with that. Ooh, are they making Caesar? They might make Caesar for 2 draws, I guess. Which is not bad here. This deck doesn't have Typhon either, so... Gonna have to find a way around that. Yeah. And currently, I don't think my hand does well against it. I do play Doomed Dragon. That's not helpful. Doomed Dragon can out it. Okay, how do I get to Doomed Dragon here? Oh, I can just... Yeah, okay. Add... You can equip the fusion to Alistair, which makes it 28. Okay. Well, I needed to... So what I'm thinking is equip this. Don't use the effect to summon. Activate Spenta. Equip it with... What's the least important one? I mean, this can re-equip from grave as well, right? Extra deck or grave. Okay, so let's equip with this. No effect again. I can add, because it's free. And then Nice. I still only really have one play here, which is Rahu. I mean, I can make something here first, but not really worth it, I think. Or is it worth making SP to play better into Nibiru? Because if my Rahu resolves, then I win anyways. I don't need the damage from these two, I think. You can make seals. I could make seals. But I think SP might be better to play around Nib. But seals is also an option. Seals. If they nib, you're happy. Seals float. Seals float into Mululu, probably. It's just that seals is no damage, right? So I have to put up more damage after making seals. But either way, I think it's fine. So now, if this resolves... Okay, that's not great. I was gonna say we can use Crowley from hand now and then add it back and special it, which could have been nice. Now it's probably just Arthalion, use the dead Fuva in hand. And something useless from the deck, like, I don't know, let's get rid of one Lucius. And the Fuva. Use this to add back. Should I bounce the Retaliating back to hand and then play around it? Because if I attack it now, they get a Maxi for next turn. I have Ash for that, but I'm probably going to have to use Ash for Requiem. I could add back Zoroa for follow-up. But can Zoroa equip itself from grave? Equip it with a Magistus from your extra deck? No. Can Spenta add it back from grave? No. SP didn't play. I mean, SP would not have played through this, but SP would have... I think I bounced back the Retaliating, to be honest. I think on their turn, if I resolve my Heradic Seals, I wanna be able to summon Mululu and keep cooking, and if they maxi, I have to Ash it. So this way, I maximize my interruptions on their turn and don't give them a live maxi. Can Spenta add Spenta? No. So I can't... I can still use it to make something small. Greensmith tracked. Very happy about getting value from Flame here. That was not guaranteed. Oh, actually, I knew they had that. Did I know they had that? No, they had that. The second copy is that. Okay. Gonna return... Ooh, nice. Bouncing this back to hand is pretty neat if they don't play 3 tracked, because they can't discard it again. I mean, now I will, because they spent their battle phase. So, Retaliating Sea, Engraver, 2 unknowns. Should be okay. It's you, Bell! Oh, you're cringe. Jeez. Yeah, let's Urgula that. Oh, I should have fused into Crowley with Arthalion, probably. fuse Crowley without Thalion. Then special Crowley and make like Kaliga or something. Whatever. Probably fine regardless. Mululu only makes Draco Tails. I know. I'm aware of that, but thank you. In this one, I mean, the Spenta was really nice to out the Caesar. Yeah. In pure Draco Tail, I would have had to draw like just enough starters to out the double negates. I would have had to like spend 2 cards, get negated, and then have another play. Thoughts on the Azamina pile? I don't think it's super good, but it sounds fun. It's on the list of decks that I want to try once I'm Master 1 and Duelist level 20. Which, I think this is the rank up game, and this hand is looking pretty nice. It's the end of the main phase. Oh god, it's so tempting. Oh, it's so tempting. I mean, they definitely don't have freaking... There's no way they have Ketu or something to punish this. They don't have talents. I know, I go in, definitely. There's no way. Is it Arthalion though? It probably is Arthalion. Can I negate this forever with Mululu now that it's negated with Effect Veiler? I don't think I can, right? So maybe it's Gulamel just to get rid of it. But Gulamel is very weak to... Yeah, I can just bounce it back to hand, I guess. Yeah. I want guaranteed follow-up in case they have a negate for my whatever I set off Mululu. I could have set Horn, but then I set no spell. And that also is kind of weak to Ash Blossom, which I haven't checked for yet. I'll just bounce this. And bounce my Mululu. So I have a guaranteed way to fuse. Next turn. And then set a Ketu. Rahu would be funny. I mean, I have Ash for Rahu, worst case. But yeah. Chances are they just pass here. The only punish for this, I guess, is Fuva. But I have Ash for Fuva, so... Yeah, and even then, Fuva isn't really a big punish here. They just have nothing. I guess they're just hoping I play into Nib, but there's no way I will. I mean, there could be a Veiler in hand for this, I guess. But I have a monster in hand, so I can just I can just activate Rahu anyways. Oh, okay, nice. All right, they live. Maybe normal summon Lucius first was safer. That's okay. Okay, so am I making seals? Or am I just leaving Secretarion? Because Secretarion, like, they have Molulu in hand. So they're just going to be able to make something and then negate the Secretarion with Molulu. At the same time, whatever they summon off of the Molulu cannot activate. Could be one of the advantages. But Seals gives me follow-up. I like Seals. This could get a little rough. I feel like that there had to be a way I could have done that better. I wasn't expecting the Ash because they let my Ketu resolve. At the same time, they didn't have monsters, so it wasn't that strong. We'll see. What about SP to stop the Molulu? Could be. I mean, they're not using priority here, so I'm thinking it's pretty good to activate Seals. They should have definitely started with Molulu effect, because now if they chain Molulu, I bounce the monster they summon. Which I think is pretty neat. But yeah, I should have summoned the Lucius. So in theory, okay, they don't have Urgula. That's huge. They don't have Urgula. So if they set 2 spells here, in theory, I have Flame and Ash to counter both. So I should be okay. But it's not... Arthalion... Arthalion... Sure. It's worth noting that normal summon Lucius could have let you made Artemis too. Yeah, I wasn't really looking into those Magistus options, which I definitely should have. Okay, so if I special Molulu here, special Molulu. I have to fuse with the Ash Blossom in hand. I can add it right back, but then they know about it. What's the point of that? I get a set and an add back. The add back is Ash though. No, I think it's just this. If there's no Ash or Bell, I think I win. Nice. Yeah. There, I definitely should not have given them another turn there, because if they have Ash or Bell for my Flame, or Called by for Ash, I guess, then this might be a really close game from this point. Maybe I just straight up lose if that happens. So, yeah. Okay, Master 1. Nice, we did both today. We completed Master and we made it in the Duelist Cup. Easy. Or if he priors Mululu, yeah, it's a lot harder then. I mean, the thing is, like, the Mululu did resolve, so, like, getting the, I guess, Arthalion summon adds them back a guaranteed Ash Blossom. So, yes, that is a problem for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Santoli video reaction. Let's do one more game, but yes, we can. Let me see. I have food on the table as well, so maybe it's a good idea. So one thing I'm immediately noticing is that this hand is gonna suck into Droll and Lockbird, which normally shouldn't be the case with Draco Tail, but in this case it definitely will suck. Into anything that isn't Droll, this is probably good. I mean, Maxi also pretty strong here, so we'll see. Yeah, why is my deck weak to this? Can someone explain why, like, I've been playing this game after Draco Tail came out for like a full week and never cared about this? And now... Okay, awesome. What's the plan? Because you have 2 Ketu and chose to normal summons Aurora. And how much better is the other line with no Draco Tail names in hand? Activate Ketu, search Lucius, normal Lucius, search Phimena. And then I activate Phimena, I get Max Seed, and I have like no good non-engine in hand. I end on 2 Draco Tail traps, that's it. Like, what are you playing this for if you're not supposed to go for the good lines? I don't understand. I don't know. I just don't see what this offers over playing Draco Tail, like the branded or pure. But it's also, I'm biased because I just don't like combo slop in general. Nice, we lost. Yeah, I'm gonna bounce my own Savage so I can Uva. Nice. So what can Phimena make here? It's just Secretarion, right? It's the only thing I can make. Megistus monster. No. I can make fusions Aurora. Yep, GG. Alright. Only good decks from now on. Let's watch a video for lunch break. Alright. Yu-Gi-Oh! Banlist discussion for January 2026. Let's see. Why is this muted?
This time we're going to be going over...
Muted, hey good take. Good take, Santoli.
Another Yu-Gi-Oh! Discussion video. This time we're going to be going over the ban list. We have the 300th YCS coming up. I'm pretty confident that we'll have a ban list before then, not because I have any inside information or anything, but because we've had a lot of events at this format, both before and after that small ban list we had before. And I think that the game's at an okay spot. It's very diverse, but there are a lot of powerful strategies that lead to non-games. I think Konami is going to want to stay on top of it for the 300, so hopefully we have a good format for that. Not that it's awful right now, but there are things to be improved. So I can go through archetype by archetype, what I think needs to get hit in order to get to a better place in the game. Overall,
I agree on the baseline. I think the format in TCG right now is good. I think there's a couple of decks like Mitsurugi Yami or like K9, anything K9 related, that if you don't use a Charmy or Droll against it, the end board it makes is just way too busted. And I think that's a problem. I think the power level of some of the top decks are way too high. And I think they need to get rid of some of the bridges, but yeah.
I think, like I said,
it's still a good format, all things considered.
There are a lot of interesting strategies, but there's a few too many strategies that just go over the top and remove interaction from the game. They go first, they FTK you, and it just sucks after that. Because, you know, it's just a die roll kind of thing. You just kind of try and draw chummies and win the game off that, and that's not interesting gameplay. I think there's a lot of decks underneath the top meta decks that are very interesting to play. And so the point of this list is kind of going to bring those up to the tier 1s and kill the degenerate strategies. So,
yes.
So at the beginning, we're going to talk about the K9 card. So how do we hit K9? This is mainly in the form of K9 VS, but K9 Christian is also a deck. So overall, I've heard different things in terms of how to hit this archetype. There's a lot of good cards in this archetype. Nora is a very good card. Jokel's a very good card. Rip is a very good card. Azuna. In my opinion, though, there's one clear hit that needs to be done, which is K9 Ripper.
Cool.
The big thing is this card just removes interaction from the game.
So my GOAT is speaking facts right now, but my GOAT is also not being realistic. So this is something... We've talked about this before. I've talked about it in my banlist discussion. This should happen. This, honestly, they should have never made Ripper. But it's not gonna. They're not gonna ban it because it's like the centerpiece of the K9 strategy. But yes, making a rank 5 that instantly extends by searching any card in your deck and also negating a hand trap is insane behavior. They should not have printed this card. It's stupid from the beginning. But I don't think they're going to do this. But I agree that it should be banned. Absolutely.
Like Jokel and Roy. Yes, a very strong card, especially Jokel. It's very hard to interact with. You know, you get that another 5 on the board. it's eating like 2 hand traps by itself. But part of the reason it's eating 2 hand traps is one, because Ripper exists, and the other thing is Joko by itself doesn't allow you to play through things like Nip or Droll, or other hand traps if you actually have stuff like Veil and Imperm. It lets you make a board through them, but it keeps the choke points there. So if I have Joko and I'm planning to go through Surge in order to dig for VS cards, Joko doesn't actually prevent that. Or prevent me from imperming or veiling the Surge or ashing it. It's Ripper that does that. And I think that overall, the idea that there's just a card that invalidates hand traps completely, super toxic. We've had it before, so like card by crossout, it's not fun, it's not interactive, and it's not a good playstyle at all, especially when the boards you're making are generally FTK.
I agree, man.
Yes,
I wish they would do it.
The pure Canine deck, unfortunately, it's being used in too many versions where you are making an FTK-like board, and having immunity to hand traps and board breakers is just not interesting, and I think Ripper needs to go. And it's been out for a fair bit. It's been out since August now, and it is a super, so I can see this card getting hit, realistically. As for the other Canine cards, yes, they're very good, but I think the big thing is that these decks are just way too immune to hand traps. When you have Ripper existing, you can't nib them, you can't draw if they choose to play around it, you can't hold for a choke point, and I think that's a big problem. I think if you remove Ripper, you at least have the ability as the opponent to choose what you're hitting. You know, if you're trying to bridge into a different engine and you have one hand trap, you can hold it for the bridge and the force
if
to play.
If they ban Ripper, they need to do nothing about K9
deck
other than that.
Play if you're forced in that position, but it doesn't feel bad particularly for either player, because the K9 player gets to play, the other player gets to try breaking this somewhat fair board.
It should have been only one effect per turn.
Moment for the K9 card,
that would have also been a very elegant solution. It's like, yes, it's a very powerful card, but if you want to search, you can't negate the hand trap, or vice versa, right? But the fact that it does both is absolutely insane. It's completely disgusting.
All I want to see hit is the Ripper, and the other kind of Canine cards can stay where they are. Izuna, I think, can get an extra little bit of talk, because this card is a splashable card. But the big thing is, it's not being splashed on anything. It seems like one of those cards where if people evaluate it highly, they can choose to play. It's coming up in Yummy, coming up in Draco but because you don't have to play, I think its power level is right where it needs to be at being a very healthy card. I can definitely see that any of these 3 cards getting hit in the future if Izuna gets too popular later on, or Joko and Ori, maybe the Canine decks are still too good after this hits, but I'm perfectly willing to allow these cards to exist a bit more.
Yes.
If you don't have the ability to protect your choke points with Ripper. Moving on to the next archetype, which will be Yummy. So this is both pure Yummy and Mitsu Yummy. And like I talked about at the beginning, is I think there's a lot of very cool decks, interesting decks to play that lead to interaction. And I think Pure Yummy is one of them. I absolutely adore playing against Pure Yummy no matter what I play against. Yes, it's somewhat annoying because they are a hand trap deck, and sometimes you just get hand trapped out, then you get like hit with being School Cupsy. But I think those are the rare games. The playstyle is interesting. I think overall the deck is very fair. Its interruption in the form of Book of Moon is better against some decks and other decks. And unlike the K9 engine, which doesn't really have much weakness because you can't break them.
I think I've seen someone on Twitter post a ban list where Herald of the Arclight was banned, which is also something that I did on my ban list prediction. But then a lot of people said like, oh, if you ban Herald of the Arclight, then Yummy is dead because it needs that protection from board breakers and nib and stuff like that, which I can get behind. I understand what you're saying. At the same time, Herald of the Arclight absolutely needs to go. So one thing in exchange that I've seen someone on Twitter post, I forgot their name, it was weeks ago, but they said like, oh, we can give them back Obedience Schooled in exchange. We give them back Obedience Schooled and to 3, and we ban Herald of the Arclight. So Pure Yummy is maybe still a thing and better at going second with 3 Obedience. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think they might have been cooking with that one.
Or you can't hand trap them. The Yummy has a clear weakness in breakers. It does very good into hand traps, but that's fine. You can have strengths and weaknesses as a deck. And I just adore this deck overall. The playstyle is interesting. It has clear weaknesses and strengths, and so I'm perfectly happy not touching this deck at all. The main thing,
Yummy doesn't need Herald to play around Nib. That's just bullshit. You have to make a half board every time if you want to respect Nibiru and still have options left to extend. Because, for example, one way to play around Nibiru was usually to threaten the Herald and then keep going after, because then they didn't have it. If you, for example, at the point where you set your quick play spell, and move to end phase, because you can never make an Omni Negate against Nibiru anymore, they just wait until you set your quick play spell, and then it already becomes harder to extend through the Nibiru. If you use Lollipo in your combo to revive 2 bodies from the graveyard, Nibiru instantly becomes a lot better after. So yes, you have to basically hold a name in your hand. After you set the surprise, you have to hold a name in your hand and then not use Lollipo in your entire combo.
I see people talking about is hitting Cupsy. Don't hit Cupsy. Leave this deck alone. Let Pure Yummy exist as it is. We're going to talk about other hits in a second when we get to the hybrid versions that will hit Pure Yummy as well. But I don't think Pure Yummy needs to get hit any further. I actually think being school on the last list was a bit of a problematic hit because it encouraged people off Pure Yummy and pushed them onto...
Hold up one sec. Bro, I just heard screaming from downstairs. It's because Charlie is sitting in one of our big plants and he's just peeing in the Oh god, okay. I thought something was up, but it's not that bad.
Mitsuyami, I think Pure Yummy is much more of a healthy deck than the Mitsuyami, and so I think that this deck was already overhit. We don't need to bring your Bean Scope back, it's fine where it is, but we don't need to hit this deck any further. It's perfectly healthy, and it being tier 1 for another form, I'll be completely happy with, and I think it's interesting games with it. The problem is the hybrids, mainly the Mitsuyami deck. The Soulful Yummy deck's fine, you're just playing a little bit more engine to have a bit of a top-up, no problem, you can do that. Problem is Mitsuyami, and so how do we deal with that? Well, there's a few ways to deal with it. One is just kill the bridges. So before even going through the Mitsu cards, one is Herald. This card should have been gone a while ago. It's a easy to make floodgate. It now bridges your engine. The bridges is what makes the deck super toxic. I think even in Pure Yummy, Herald would be fine by itself at one. I'm not particularly a huge fan of it, but it's not the end of the world if it exists. But now that's just...
Yeah, it's a cold take. We don't have to go into it too much, but Herald of the Arclight, like, they have no alternative. They have no alternative to doing this because they cannot hit Pure Mitsurugi because they're releasing a structure deck in March around Mitsurugi, so Mitsurugi cannot die. But yeah.
Use for bridging.
It's the coldest take. We don't have to spend time on it.
Play through any number of fair hand traps, even the unfair hand traps or the floodgate ones. They're good, but they don't always do the job, especially when people are playing very clunky decks like Mitsuyami into each other. They're not interesting games. Kill Herald, get rid of the bridge. This card should have gone a while ago. And the other bridge we need to get rid of because it is used as Zombie Vampire. Yep. I think if you're using Zombie Vampire in the form of like force cards where your supplementary engine that isn't adding anything to your end board is going through Zombie Vampire, like the Christian Horror deck, it's fine. But when you have one engine get bridged into another engine, it's super toxic. Engines are good enough nowadays where their board is enough. When you start mixing engines, you're just making FTK boards. We don't need them. Kill the bridges. I think this is a theme or an idea that most players can agree with. So I think these are hits for Mitsuyami directly. What about Mitsu Pure? Naturally, these will hit Mitsuyami as well, but we should talk about the Pure deck. I think that Yummy is a very, very healthy deck. It's super fun to play against. I think Pure Mitsu isn't quite that level of fun. It's not a deck I love. That being said, it's not an FDK deck generally if you kill the statues, which they did. We'll get to that in a second, kill the remaining ones. But I think that the deck is fair enough that can still exist. That being said, I think it needs to get taken down a little bit. It is a very all or nothing deck. I feel it's somewhat inconsistent. It is getting new support. I want the new support to improve consistency and leave it with a more interactive gameplay. And so how do we get there, making the Mitsuyami deck a bit more interesting? The Mitsu Pure deck a bit more interesting. So one thing we can do is hit prayers. Use timing limit or to the limit. I'm putting it at limited. Like I said, there is new support coming out. I think having prayers at 1 is a...
I think that's fair. I'm just wondering if they want to do this with the structure deck around the corner, but I think even after banning Herald, you could still do something about Pure Mitsu if you wanted to. Another card that I was just thinking about is like maybe we can talk about Dominus Impulse. I'm not sure. Dominus Impulse would be a small hit to Pure Mitsu, but it also would hit some other decks. And it's a pretty powerful hand trap. I wouldn't hate that, but I think hitting engines directly probably makes more sense.
A fair decision, especially if they're getting more consistency cards. I would just also preface this by saying Haba can stay at 3. I don't think we need to completely kill the consistency of the deck. Prayers just does more and forces you to consider your plays a bit more, because you can't just go activate a prayers.
Not before the reprint.
Rituals,
Fair
and
enough.
Immediately grab another
Fair enough.
prayers off the ritual, something back. So you do have to be a bit more careful with how you're using it, but the deck is still functional with it. Again, this is kind of under the premise that there's going to be more support, which has been announced, but we don't know yet. Well, yeah. That being said, if this card stays at 3, I will not hate it. I'm going to put it in the semi-limit for now, just because, I'll put it in limit. I do want this card to get hit. I think Mitsu's has time this time. But that being said, if it stays at semi-limited or unlimited, I will not be particularly unhappy. The one card I think needs to go really bad for Mitsu is actually great for Purification. There's not much talk about this card getting hit, but I think overall it's just the top up on the board.
I can get behind that.
It leads to so many uninteresting games, because you start the game with 6 cards or 5 cards you draw. Murakumo was ripping 1, and then Great Purification is trading with anything else. So now you're down to a 4-card hand trying to break a Mitsuyami board, and it's not interesting. And the thing with Great Purification is it doesn't do anything fun. It's not really in theme either. I think Omni Negates are fine in the game, but they have to be used pretty intentionally. And I think when you already have a end board with a card like Murakumo on it, that's kind of the best piece of the end board. I don't think you should have another card on top of it that just feels really, really good. It does seem kind of weird hating this, because it's like everything else the deck does just gets you to this point.
I like this because it's not like Mitsurugi is going to struggle with its end board. It's you have another option in Magatama that you can play instead. That is a much healthier card. And most lists these days are not choosing to play both anyways. It's not like they lose a card. They just play Magatama instead of this. And it just makes it more realistic to win against them going second.
Like, this is the cherry on top.
So, yeah.
But I think the cherry on top...
In general, I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I think they should just stop making trap cards that say negate whatever. And then, like, every deck just plays one searchable trap card that if they go first, they just have an Omni Negate on their board. I think that is just lazy design at this point. But I don't think it's a hot take, yeah.
Top is the problem. Like, Mitsu doing Mitsu things, you make an IP, you have your follow-up through... all the tributing and the effects you'll get on your opponent's turn when you're tributing them. When you have stuff like Murakumo wipe, I think these are interesting interactions. They're giving follow-up. It feels very in theme of the deck. Great Purification doesn't feel in theme, other than the fact that it tributes the negate, the Omni. It just felt so unnecessary in this deck. Get rid of it. I think this card needs to go. I think this card needs to go more than Prayers. If we're keeping Prayers at 3 and Purification at 0, I'll be very happy with that kind of change. And so you can see here after this list, Purigami I think still functions fine. I think Herald is a bit of a big one, but it needs to go. But other than that, the Purigami deck does function. The Mitsu deck, like I said, if you think it's too hard, you can move prayers up to.
Like someone said, like, oh, but the people are not going to play traps unless they're broken. Well, not every deck needs to play traps. Like Mitsurugi is a deck that operates on quick play spells, which functionally are very similar to trap cards. You don't have to give this deck a trap. It doesn't need one. It's not a trap deck. Not every deck needs to have a bunch of traps. Like, and that's in general, you can save a lot of energy as well that way when designing, because every archetype, it's like, well, here's 3 unusable trap cards and then maybe 1 good one. Mitsurugi is the same. Did you guys know Mitsurugi has multiple trap cards? Because for some reason they try to make trap cards for every archetype. And so people only end up playing the one that's completely busted and the other one is completely unplayable.
To unlimited, but Purification needs to go. Replace with a Magatama. You're making the board a bit worse, but I don't think it's the end of the world for people who love pure Mitsu. Moving on to the next list of decks. So we'll talk about the complementary engine for canines. So the first one is Vanquish Soul. So this deck still has a lot of success, but it's more of a pure canine deck. I think not pure canine. It's your hybrid deck, but it's more canine than it is Vanquish Soul. I think that the VS deck is very good. Like, it won Euros without the canine card, so it definitely is strong on its own. But the big outlier card is Sue. I don't think this card existing is a problem, but you should not draw it anywhere near as much as you do. You should have to get to it through Engine, and then loop it, and then use it on your opponent's turn that way. Like, once I've gone through the work of searching,
I'm okay with hitting Holy Sue, but only if you give us back Stake Your Soul and Raisin. Because at the moment, there's no reason to ban Holy Sue. I literally top 8'd a YCS without ever resolving Holy Sue as a hand trap, going second. I never drew it because there's not enough Vanquish Soul names, there's not enough fires. So at the moment, this card is not a problem because it statistically just doesn't really happen. And I think, honestly, giving us back Raisin and Stake Your Soul and taking away Holy Sue or putting it to 1, I think is completely fine. I think that's a fair exchange. You get more consistency, and then you lose 2 hand traps. Okay, sure, I'll take it. But realistically, you should just kill K9 and give us back Vanquish Soul.
First Sue and using it, it's fine. That's, I've used cards and resources to get there. When you're just turn 0 suing out of nowhere, it's really impressive. And so Sue can definitely go around down to 1, and then the other ones can come back up. I think this is the correct way of hitting the deck. Sue isn't so broken that it needs to get banned. You're going to get high roll sometimes, but those games aren't guarantee wins. Even though it's a very strong card, I think it's fine once you've intentionally searched it. And Raisin and Stickers.
I mean, so far, this is, I'm not going to lie to you. I was expecting this because Santoli is based, but this list so far is perfect. Except for the fact that the Ripper ban just will not happen. But that doesn't mean it's wrong to say it should happen. It definitely should.
Soul, not the problem cards in the deck. I think that Pure VS, maybe it'll come back after this. She was a big hit. Maybe they still have some form of hybrid, but not the full K9 package. Maybe you're doing different mixtures, but I think this is a much healthier lineup of things with 3 Raisin, 3 Stake, because those cards...
Honestly, I don't even think... I don't think Vanquish Soul comes back from this with 1 Holy Sue. I think Holy Sue at 2... would already be good enough, I think. And then you would not even play Vanquish Soul for sure. But like, 1 or 2 Holy Sues, I think. And then this, maybe you'll consider playing Pure Vanquish again.
Are perfectly fine. And then Sue preventing the high rolls from happening as much by putting it down to 1.
Can you link the video? Yes, hold up.
The other...
I'll link you the video. There you go. I'll pin it as well.
Deck that got hit by the Cannon hits is Christian. I think Inclusion can go back to 3, given that there's one other hit, which is just getting rid of all the degenerate combos that you can do. Christian is just killing Imperial Princess Concurry.
Yes.
The question that can be asked here when you're looking at this hit is, it feels like we're banning Imperial Princess for the sins of K9, and that's kind of partially true, but also partially not, because K9 in essence is an unfair deck. Like the pure K9 deck isn't unfair. It's when you start doing unfair things with it that it becomes unfair, and this is a card that enables it. Like, yes, you need the rank.
It is kind of true. Imperial Princess Quinkery only became a problem because of K9, but it's just a ticking time bomb sort of effect. We have learned this in the past. Cards that summon any sort of monster to your opponent's side of the field are big problematic card designs, and so like, even if you hit K9 now and then Imperial Princess Quinkery doesn't get played anymore, that's not going to last forever. Eventually, there is going to be another level 5 deck that can do it. And so, like, you're just waiting for that to happen again, right? Because, I mean, look at Sanctifier, which also everyone said, ban Sanctifier. Please ban Sanctifier instead of banning around it. And they definitely should have. But at least Sanctifier is basically tied to one deck, and that's branded. So you can basically control the popularity of Sanctifier by hitting or not hitting branded on a ban list. Quinkery is a design problem for every single new archetype that has level 5s, because it's not tied to any one archetype.
Rank 5 engine of the K9s to actually do unfair things, but you also need this card. This card's run Reviving Lancy. This card's run Reviving Spell Canceller.
Sanctifier is so cool though, just ban the floodgates. See, that's the thing, right? They could also do this, and I would not be opposed to it. However, in reality, they just aren't doing that, because there is so many of them, right? That you would have to ban so many stupid cards that don't deserve to be on the ban list. Like Artifact Mjolnir is a perfect example of this, which they have banned, but there's like friggin' incantations or whatever people are talking about now with the Imperial Princess to lock the opponent. There's so many random cards you would have to ban. They're not keeping up with it.
And I'd be much happier playing against a Pure Christian. They have all their full engine, and you just don't have the ability to do anything degenerate with this. And, they just make their normal K9 Christian board. And I think that's perfectly fine. I think also with the Ripper ban on top, this is completely reasonable to bring Inclusion back to 3. I think the Christian engine is strong, but it's not strong enough that warrants a hit. And we can just
basically, the problem with these kind of cards is that they punish them for good card design. Because the best cards to give your opponent are the cards that lock yourself, right? Like, if they make a card with a solid lock on it, which is healthy, which is what we want most of the time, it becomes a problem if you can summon it to your opponent's side of the field. It's stupid, right? It's like we want those cards to have locks. We want cards to be restricted so that they can't be used in too many different ways and too many combo piles and whatnot. And then like you flip the script by giving it to your opponent. It's just dumb. Like Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Exactly. Spirit with Eyes of Blue is a completely fair card. If you want to hit every single floodgate that Sanctifier can give to your opponent, you also have to hit Spirit with Eyes of Blue, because it locks the player that controls it into dragons. Right?
It's hard to make sure there's no of these FTKs coming out from the K9 engine. Like I said, there may need to be more K9 hits in the future, but I think these are at least fine to try with for another list. The next thing we need to talk about, because it's still somehow performing, is Malice. So in Master Duel, Red Ransom got hit. The deck is still very strong. It does have Splash Mage and Link Decoder, so it still has a lot of good Cyverse cards. We lost Splash Mage and Decoder. We have Ransom still. I think a normal person would kind of just say, continue what the Master Duel did and hit Ransom. At some point, we're going to run out of power in the Malice deck once we hit enough things, but I'm not a believer of that anymore. It's been out for a year now. It's been top 5 deck the entirety of its lifespan. It's been top 3 deck the majority of it. The only time it wasn't was when VS was running around in dual format. But I'm done giving this deck chances. I'm done going, oh yeah, we can try to hit it and see what happens. Like no, murder it. We're just banning Dormouse. If you love Malice, sorry, I think that
no one does.
Once we see that this deck is hit enough, we can then bring back some other Cyberse cards, not Splash Mage, but White Rabbit and Field Spell. And yeah, you lose Dormouse, but I think this is the biggest way of just toning down the power level of the deck as well. Like I said, we're not bringing back anything else yet. This deck just needs to die. It needs to get out of the sun for a bit. It's super toxic playstyle. It's very all or nothing. It has an awful time going second if your opponent makes a semblance of a board. It feels like a very hand comparison deck where starter extender at some point. If you have another extender, you win the game. I don't like that playstyle. I'm just removing Dormouse from the game. Make sure this deck gets out of the meta for a bit, and then we can bring back
some Malice name needs to be banned. I don't know.
Also, I believe I said bring back White Rabbit. I may be mixing up Banlist. It'll be bring back the Field Spell. It's the big thing. Moving on to Draco Tail, which is another arguably top 3 deck, top 5 deck, depending on how I put it. This deck is very hard to hit because
I thought about it more in my banlist discussion. I said they only barely need to hit Draco Tail. I think if they're doing all of this, I think it is fair to hit Draco Tail if you're looking at the things that are coming out soon. Like the new Albaz support is also very strong for Draco Tail. So I think some Draco Tail hits are actually warranted. And also seeing how good the deck is in the OCG, even with one Ketu, I'm not opposed to hitting Draco Tail. I like the playstyle, but I do think it deserves to be hit.
Because the deck, all the cards get you to everything. Like as soon as you perform one fusion summon, everything gets everywhere. And the other question is, how much do we actually need to hit this deck? Because I think this deck is just super healthy in general, but the power level of it is a bit too high. My opinion of the best hit for this would be actually hitting one of the traps. Hitting something like Flame, in my opinion, is the best idea because you're now forcing them to play with more of the fusion cards as opposed to just card advantage. This deck wasn't overbearing before we got the last set, which is escaping in my memory right now. Because
do you know why I dislike this? I think this forces Draco Tail players to focus more on like the combo versions of the deck and less on the grindy version of the deck, which I think is less fun from my perspective. Like what this is gonna do is just gonna force people to play like, oh, Draco Tail Magistus or Draco Tail Albaz once it comes out, like the branded Draco Tail stuff. Like you're just gonna play higher ceiling decks and you're gonna lose that play style of like pure Draco Tail. And I think that's kind of meh. I don't know. It's not my favorite way to go about it because it doesn't really stop people from playing Draco Tail. It just makes people play Draco Tail in a less fun way, in my opinion.
You only had 2 traps to set. You only gain 2 draws. You don't run away with card advantage immediately. And I think just bringing it back down to 2 traps is the correct way of hitting it. I don't think this is an economy hit at all. This is a Ray Santolias kit trying to very meticulously lower the power level.
I think this works from his perspective because he's just thinking like, oh well, I'm gonna play Draco Tail in the grindy way anyways, even with 2 traps. And from that perspective, it's like, okay, yeah, you play pure Draco Tail with 2 traps, it probably now becomes a significantly weaker deck, but that's not what people want to do, or that's not what people will do. Like, I think what you need to do in order to keep pure Draco Tail alive But like, once again, we're gonna run into this problem with Draco Tail soon that we currently have with decks like Yami and Mitsu, right? Where the pure version of Yami and Mitsu is the fun one to play against, or like the fair and balanced one, but all the hybrids are the ones that people complain about. This is about to happen with Draco Tail. I'm afraid to inform you, but once we get Spenta, once we get the new Albaz stuff, people are gonna play Draco Tail hybrids, and that's gonna be annoying. Those are gonna be when it's not just, oh, an Arthalion, a Gulamel, and 3 Draco Tail traps that I have to play through. No, now there's going to be all the other things that those cards facilitate, right? So my question is, how do we hit Draco Tail / the hybrids preemptively without murdering pure Draco Tail? And I don't think banning Flame does this. I think banning Flame encourages people to play Spenta Slop or the Albaz branded Slop in Draco Tail. Even more. So I don't know. I think we're looking more at like you should hit the spell cards probably.
About changing things. So I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I think that is the best hit. In terms of what the actual hit is, like I said, I think this is a healthy deck, so we don't need completely.
Because when you hit like when you hit Ketu or Rahu to 1 or 2, respectively, I think it's like you can still play pure Draco Tail, but you're gonna play like other fusion engines. Like people might go back to like Poly or the big dragons that confuse or whatever. And the hybrid variations are not gonna be quite as effective because you simply like the easiest way to get the fusions going in those hybrids is just drawing one of the spell cards.
And I don't want to kill too many starters. I think Ketu can get hit down to 2. I think we can also hit Femina down to.
I think like a Rahu to 1, Ketu to 2 or something, or both to 2 at the minimum. Like I like hits on the spells.
2 as well. It seems weird that I'm hitting both of them to 2. I think if we were to hit either of them to 1, it'd be a bigger hit because you want to go through multiple copies of a game, and so having them at 2 and 2 instead of 3 and 1 in either direction, I think is.
That's kind of what the new Albaz is. It just summons Cartesia. Yeah, but like. That version is going to be a thing no matter what. Like that's something that is out of the question. We cannot prevent this from happening. As soon as the branded stuff comes out, branded Draco Tail is just sick. Like that's just something that we have to accept, right? And so like the most impactful thing you could do to that deck is limit the amount of power spells it has next to branded fusion as well, right? Because I think that deck doesn't care if it only plays 2 spells. In only 2 traps, right? But it does care about less starters and less extenders and less ways to push through Ash Blossom if you hit the Draco Tail spells, right? So it's like and I don't think that deck necessarily is a huge problem if we limit its thing. I mean, okay, banning Flame specifically because it's usually the most annoying end board piece to deal with. I would not be opposed to it because then the deck also becomes weak to stuff like Lightning Storm maybe or Feather Duster. Like it'd be okay. I once again like Santoli's saying, like I don't think it's super realistic. So I don't hate the Flame hit, but I'm also not convinced it's enough.
It's a weaker hit, but I think the deck's overall healthy, and I don't think we need to hit it super large. Ketu's your best starter going second. Femina is one of your turn 0 plays that can high roll. I think lowering the odds of drawing those is good enough, and
I don't think it's a big problem in general, but I don't think there's a way to hit Draco Tail that makes pure a more favorite way to play. That is fair enough. I think that is true. But I think banning one of the traps basically hits that version the most by far. Like, I think with only 2 traps, no one is ever going to touch pure Draco Tail again, especially without Flame. Like, you're just not going to play pure Draco Tail, period, right? So it's like, maybe there's other ways that maybe people are still going to favor, like, the branded version, but maybe there's a way to do it that doesn't completely destroy pure Draco Tail. You know what I mean? Like, at least have it be an option for people who prefer that playstyle, maybe. But with only 2 traps, you're just never going to play it.
It's fine enough for a hit. This deck will likely need more hits going forward in the future, but I think that with the healthiness of it, like Yummy, I think I'm just fine having this be tier 1 for another format and just taking a little bit off the top of it. So this is basically all the main meta-relevant hits. So doing some other housekeeping on the ban list of what else we can.
I think you could ban Branded Fusion. It's not necessary anymore to anyone. They're not going to do that. They just released freaking Albaz lore anime. We get more Albaz support in the next set. And even though, yes, that support can play without branded fusion, I just don't think now is the time. Like, I agree with you. I don't think we need branded fusion in the game. I don't think it offers that much for Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole, but at the same time, right now, like it's not gonna happen.
So one thing we have in Master Duel, which I've been enjoying, is the existence of the Orcus deck, and I think Mermaid is a card that could come back. That being said, this card searches a very toxic card in the form of Ibly, and so we can just do this little nice thing of ban Ibly, bring back Mermaid, this. And I guess this can come to 3. It doesn't need to be at 1.
I think that's nice. Anyways.
And this will allow the pure Orcus deck to exist. I think the pure Orcus deck is very cool. It has a lot of gas to it. You often play fairly...
Of course, people compare Nightmare Mermaid and Nightmares in general to Moon of the Closed Heaven into Fiendsmith, which I was very happy that they banned Moon of the Closed Heaven eventually. I think Nightmare Mermaid is different in the sense that all of the Orcus things lock you into darks, so it is a little more restrictive. It does promote combo slop a little bit, but at the same time, like, the combo slop that Nightmare Mermaid promotes is so much weaker than so much combo slop we already have that's perfectly legal, right? It's like, I don't know. I think it's like saying like similar to Nightmare Mermaid. I think also the Prank Hits Link one should probably come back. We have so many more broken starters these days, so many more broken 1-card combos than like what a Prank Hit normal summon does. Like a Prank Hit normal summon was maybe cracked like 4 years ago or something, but nowadays, like, come on, there's like so many other 1-card combos that do way more than what Prank Kids used to do or whatever. So yes, Nightmare Mermaid and Prank Kids Link Meow Moo are like a little bit more combo slop than what I like personally, but I just don't see a justification for those cards to be banned. And like pure Orcust especially is really not a problem. It really isn't.
Engine heavy hand. It's not super engine heavy, but you know, your engine is good. You can start pushing through boards with that. And it's a deck I enjoy playing against. In Master Duel, I have the Fiends with the Orcust deck because they still have Moon and Mermaid, so you can bridge from both engines into each other. I don't think we need that. The Fiends with cards are gone. Playing pure Orcust and just having something like Engage as an additional starter, I think it's just interesting. I think overall as well, the Orcust engine is played a bit. You know, it does have tops. People like it. And just giving the extra bit of consistency, I think, is perfectly fair for a deck that has an end board that is, you know, solid but not completely overwhelming. It is a deck that I would like to see exist. Other things we can do for the ban list is bring Sacred Tree back. I don't know why this card's still on the ban list at all. This card's fine. It's even in the context of the deck, it's not insane. It's only really good in the Runic Tree deck, which I don't think will take off again. The other thing we can talk about, bring back, is Sprite Elf. So this is one of those cards that I think people get very worried about bringing back because of the
No, it's not worth it.
But a few things to keep in mind is that we do have this in Master Duel, and it is played. It's played a much...
It's just not worth it. Every time this pops up in Master Duel, it's toxic. It's like, it only sees play every once in a while, but every time it does, bro, no shot. No. I love this card to death, man, but no.
Comes up in White Forest. Some people will use it in tier, although they don't have Merly to revive. It's used in the Sprite decks, obviously. But I think overall the card is just fine. I think the non-targeting effect is kind of fake. Overall, like,
what's fine about this? People use it to like revive a Stellar in random sprint lines. I think the big problem is that like maybe Sprite Elf could exist if Sprite Sprint didn't exist. I just think you can't have both at the same time, because what it means is you can send any level 2 from deck to grave and then revive it, and that's not okay. You can't have both at the same time, I think, is the problem. Like, if we had just Elf but no Sprint, maybe it would be fine, but we cannot have both, because that basically reads summon any level 2 from your deck, and that is not a design space that you want to be in, and that's not good.
It does come up.
And also, I don't like the argument of, well, Master Duel has it, because that is not the benchmark. We don't want to be more like Master Duel here.
But I don't think anything this card does overall is super unfair. Like, it's a Link 2 that can't climb into another one immediately. It is a non-targeting, but you're investing 2 bodies into it to prevent targeting, and it's very specific on the non-targeting it has, and since it's only the 2 zones it points to, and it needs to be
also literally early. The last thing that people did with this in Master Duel is freaking Gem Knights FTKing people with Christia. Is literally the last thing that happened with Sprite Elf. Like, that's not even 2 weeks ago.
I think this is a big boost to Sprite. It's also a big boost to Yummy, in my opinion, because you do have the synchros that you can provide with this now.
Once again, I'm okay with this, but they have to ban Sprint if they do this. If you want to make that swap, then I would be okay with it. From their perspective, I see no reason to do this right now. But like, if they want to swap Sprint for Elf, sure. But like, they cannot exist together, in my opinion.
If they're losing Herald, them getting something like Sprite Elf is completely fair. It's more interesting because now...
To be fair, Sprint might be the bigger war criminal between the two, because Sprint is the one that accesses the deck. You know, I think inherently accessing the graveyard is less toxic than accessing anything from the deck. I think that is a lesson that we have learned in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or not learned, if you look at some of the cards that they make. But cards that summon or send anything very generically from your deck often tend to be very powerful, and also are the ones that like, oh, this is how I search my toxic one of, right? And I think that goes for both Gigantic and Sprint, but Sprint at least, like, Sprint doesn't lock you, Gigantic at least locks you. So like, I would be okay if they changed Elf with Sprint, but we cannot have both at the same time.
You're making their board more sticky, but you're not making their board better at all. It's not like they end on more because of it. I think this is a good way of approaching things. And I'm a Sprite enjoyer. I would like to see this card come back and, you know, the deck have some more functionality in it.
Sprite itself would also make that trade. As a Sprite enjoyer myself, I would always rather have Elf than Sprint in a Sprite deck, right? Like, I would trade that immediately.
Other things to talk about is Droll and Lockbird. This is a card a lot of people want banned. And I'm going to put this in unlimited. Not necessarily because, let's just put Mermaid here because it doesn't matter if it's at 1 or 3. Not necessarily because I think Droll is healthy. If this card gets banned or hit to any margin level, I will not be upset at all. But the big thing with Droll is I don't think it goes into healthy formats and ruins them. There are a lot of Floodgate-esque cards, D-Barrier, Shifter, that go into formats that are very healthy or would be very healthy or being somewhat healthy, and they just make it so much worse. It hits the fair decks as hard as it hits the unfair decks, sometimes harder, and it just leaves the format a lot worse because of it. I don't think Droll is this type of card. I think if you have cards or decks that lead to interaction, stuff like...
The problem with Droll is I think that idea of Droll is really good against the toxic decks and doesn't see play if everything is balanced, I think is no longer reality in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the reality is that even the fair and balanced mid-range decks search more these days. Like, the average deck just searches more, which means that Droll and Lockbird it's starting to become like a thing where Droll barely even has bad matchups anymore. Like, even like the matchup where Droll is supposed to be the worst is against Draco Tail. And even against Draco Tail, like, there are moments where they go like Ketu, add Lucius, and then you roll and they pass the turn. And so like even or like Blue Eyes or whatever, which is like a mid-range deck from this year, where like some hands they would go ahead and go normal summon Sage, search for something, and then you activate Droll and they get destroyed. And it's like, for the most part, Droll becomes a card that just makes the game less fun for everybody. Not just the toxic combo decks anymore, which is the same development that Max C has gone through. You know, Max C used to be a card that was bad against some decks, decent against some others, and really good against like the toxic decks that were trying to do way too much. And over time, it's just gotten to a point where now every deck special summons. So Max C is good against every deck and wins against every deck. And I think Droll and Lockbird is approaching that same direction. And sometimes you just have to realize that certain Yu-Gi-Oh cards just don't age well, and Droll and Lockbird has not aged well. It was a completely fine card when they printed it that was meant to counter niche strategies. Nowadays, it just is not interesting and ruins games for basically any deck every once in a while.
Yummy stuff like Pure Razel, stuff like Draco Tail, those types of decks. I think that Droll is just often very bad against these types of decks, and it's very good against the decks that are very toxic. And so having it in the game is kind of a fail-safe whenever some toxic deck runs out of control, I think is a good thing. I don't think it leads to interesting gameplay, but I think it's more the fault of the unfair decks as opposed to Droll. And I think when we have healthy metas, Droll doesn't come into the format at all. And people.
So when was the last time people didn't play Droll? Is what I ask here. Like, we've definitely had healthy metas. Right now is a relatively healthy meta. And when was the last time people didn't play Droll and Lockbird? Unchained Rescue Ace? Okay, so that's 2 years ago, right? I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know if I believe in this anymore, that like, oh, all they need to do is like make the format healthy and then Droll and Lockbird is going to disappear. I think Droll and Lockbird is just going to see play, like it even sees play in Genesys format. That format is like, okay, it's not completely balanced. There is shit in Genesys format that definitely isn't okay. But friggin', if Droll and Lockbird is a staple in Genesys format, how low do you want the power level of Advanced Constructed to be for people to stop playing Droll? How balanced can they make Advanced Constructed for people to stop playing Droll? I don't think it's going to happen. People are not going to stop playing Droll and Lockbird.
Do you like to overestimate this card where they go and say, oh, this card's insane in every single format? Like, oh, it's insane versus Pure Razor. Like, no, it's not. Like, you really do need to hit decks with low non-engine with this card for it to feel amazing. If you're playing decks that are very fair, often they have a lot of non-engine, or they have plays through Droll because they're not just getting unlimited advantage, and Droll just feels subpar there. So, like I said, I don't think this card's necessarily healthy, nor will I be upset if it gets hit, but I also don't think that it needs to particularly take the bull. I'm fine having it in the game as a failsafe.
I think we need to get rid of the failsafe specifically so they are forced to deal with what some of these combo decks are doing. I think that is my main argument. I want to rip off the Band-Aid.
One last card.
A fair deck like Malice therefore plays through Droll. Yeah.
Talk about is Featherstorm. There's also a bunch of other floodgates that should be in the banned pile, but you go through them every single Banlist video. Called by, Crossout, Goes in, TC Boo, Rivalry, Shifter, all those kind of floodgate-esque cards, they can go. The one I'm bringing Featherstorm is this isn't hit at all. It's also swiftable off thrust. It's also good in the Radiant Typhoon deck, which is why I'm intentionally bringing it up now. But I think all those kind of floodgate-esque cards can, with the exception of Droll, can make their way up here into the ban pile. So overall, this is where I think the ban list should be. This is what would make me happy. Overall,
I would have liked to mention on the barrier, on the water barrier statue, because people are searching that in Mitsurugi now instead of the other ones that they banned. But other than that, I mean, look, I agree with most of this. I think it's a pretty based list. I don't agree with Sprite Elf if we're not banning Sprite Sprint. I don't like to see Droll and Lockbird survive another list. I think we need to get rid of that at some point, sooner rather than later. Other than that, it's pretty based.
I think what this does is it brings up the fairer decks, Yami, Vanquishal, the Canine Christian deck when you don't have Floodgates, Draco Tail. It allows those decks to function. I think these, even though the decks are very powerful, these are decks that lead to a very...
And even to an extent, I understand what we're talking about here with Droll and Lockbird. Like, I get the sentiment. Like, yes, if people were to play more fair decks like Draco Tail and just pure Yummy and whatever, you know, people would probably maybe eventually stop playing Droll and Lockbird, or even if they keep playing Droll and Lockbird, if you play those decks, usually it's not gonna annoy you as much. It's not gonna provide interesting gameplay, but you don't like automatically die all the time when you get rolled. So like, yes, under the premise that they fix the balancing of the Advanced Constructed format, Droll and Lockbird can probably stay. I would rather, you know, get rid of it and then deal with the aftermath and force them to hit combo decks harder, basically.
Format. And this format, half the decks
but
are really
I see
good.
where
It's
we're
just
coming from.
Have a lot of non-games as well. And so I think removing those non-games with a lot of the problem cards up here will lead to an interesting format. Hopefully we get something similar to this for 300th to have a good event for that. Let me know your comments in the comment section down below. What are your opinions on this list? Are there anything I missed? Are there things you change? And until next time, guys.
All right. Nice one. I mean, I feel like we have a pretty similar idea usually on these things, so I'm not surprised, but pretty based takes all things around. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I disconnected. New OCG metagame. I looked at it this morning to see if it was worth talking about on stream, but realistically, like, nothing has changed since the last one. Will you play Archmage? We don't have that much time left today, so it's probably not worth starting to learn a new deck right now. But eventually, I'm gonna have a stream soon where I'm gonna try some new stuff like Azamina and Archmage. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But now that we are in Master 1 and we are in Duelist level 20, you know, we can mess around with some stuff. Do you play a lot off stream? Usually not. I've been playing a little bit more last week because I want to get in shape for the Duelist Cup. But usually I don't play that much off stream. I try to just keep my stuff for on stream, but since there was also what's it called? There was Duelist Cup and ladder, like ranked, so I did some off stream ladder. Did you watch Sunny's last video? I think it was fairly interesting. Haven't seen it yet, but I got recommended it on my Discord. So we'll probably watch it this week at some point, yeah. Etu at Mululu probably means they have 5 mana in hand already. But, oh yeah, Lucia's probably added 5 mana. No, added Urgula. Okay, Urgula, Mululu, probably 5 mana. Hi Josh, I've noticed that in the Draco Tail Dittos I'm playing on Master Duel, the better player seems to be winning. I don't like when this happens. Should I jam a bunch of Retaliating Seas, other Floodgates, and Magistus cards to reduce the chance of that happening? I just want to win based on the coin flip. Yes, yeah, I guess that would help. Thank you for the 13 months, I appreciate that. Oh, okay, we know the entire hand now. Nice. I don't know why they played it this way, but... Okay, which one is which? Sting is in the middle, Flame is on the right. PMU Abyss, thank you for the 35 months. Welcome back. Horn. Rahu. They're setting a lot of the spells. I guess that's going to make their follow-up stronger. Mululu. And 5 mana. Mululu Pan 5 mana. No, I'm gonna have to keep Bell. I could start with Ketu here. Bell the Flame. At the same time, I would rather, if I could, I would rather not Bell the Flame, but pop the Flame with Urgula. I think that's what I'm going to try to do. Because that way I can use Bell on one of the other back row. You think Yami or Vanquish Soul Canine will be the next? It's hard. I think it's one of the two. I don't know which one. Okay, so I don't mind summoning Secretarion here. Secretarion in defense. Would you prefer Canine or Yami? Definitely Yami. I hate Canine. Okay, I'm gonna have to hit the Sting here. Or no, I want to hit the Flame. Sting is in the middle. This is Flame. Spell this. My mana back to hand. I have normal summoned. Activate Ketu. It's definitely sad we're likely never gonna see Pure Vanquish in Master Duel. I know, yeah. I know, I agree. I agree. Are we still on the Magistus cards? No. has already added. Mululu in hand. Oh. Not locked yet. That's pretty neat. So SP is gonna check the Draco Tail Horn that's face down for them, which is pretty good. I could just target it to get it out of here. Like, banishing the Arthalion is also neat. I'll just get the flame out of here. The horn. They should target their own Lucius. That's the correct target here. If SP uses the temporary damage, does the Gulamel return? No, it would not. Add back my 5 mana. Use this. Do I need to set another spell? I guess I should guarantee follow-up for this grind game. Okay, I think I'm a little low on time, so I need to focus, but my position here is pretty solid because all 3 traps are gone. And I mean, they have 3 spells in rotation, like Rahu's and Ketu's. I don't know which one is which right now. They have a Mululu in hand, and one other that I should know. They added something of Lucius. Yeah, let me check. Don't have time. Lucius. Summon Lucius. Activate Urgula. They have Urgula in hand. They have Urgula in hand. They drew Ash off the top. That's crazy. Now I'm out of traps too. Oh, that's so nasty, man. Because now because it's Urgula. Come on, man. That's so dumb. Okay. Okay, now which one is which? That's a Ketu, that's a Rahu. Wait, which one? Ketu on the right, Rahu on the left. Rahu here. Okay, Rahu. Okay. Oh, they ran out of targets. Yep, they lose. Oh, they can't pop my flame. Nice. They messed up. Yep, easy. They did it in the wrong order. I can't activate any more effects because they have no more targets index, so they can't even activate this pan. I've already used Arthalia on this turn. Yeah, you're good. Nice. So yes, keep in mind, we've talked about this earlier, but with Draco Tail, all of their graveyard effects say set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck, then you can do X. In the case of the dragons, the spellcasters don't do anything in additional, but if you run out of targets for the graveyard effects, you have to stop activating them at some point. Because, like, in their case, they sent to the graveyard, I think it was Urgula and Frixel, or Lucius, I don't remember, but it was Urgula and some other one, and then they went Chainlink 1 Urgula, Chainlink 2 Lucius. Lucius set the last target out of their deck, and then Urgula didn't have a target, so they didn't get to pop my flame, which ultimately is what probably lost them the game. I'm not sure if I lose if they do this correctly. Maybe I can still win, because they are also out of Draco Tail spell traps after this point. But yeah. Should they not have set so many spells turn 1? That was risky. Yes, that is kind of risky, because, like, what's the point of setting more and more spell cards on your first turn? Yes, you have guaranteed follow-up if those set cards survive, but also, like, you set all 3 traps on the first turn, you activate 1 Rahu, 1 Ketu, so, and then if you set 1 of each again, you only have 2 left in the deck, which is what they did. They only had 2 left in the deck. And so, like, usually, even on your opponent's turn, even if you don't set these, you get them on your opponent's turn, right? Like, you activate Phimena or Molulu on the opponent's turn to fuse, and then you get them for follow-up. So realistically, on your first turn, unless you have good reason to think that you're not going to resolve a Phimena next turn, which can happen if you get hand-trapped to the point where you don't get to add a Phimena back to your hand or whatever, which could happen, then you can set additional spells if you have the ability to, but for the most part, you're going to have them anyways. And it is very important to be able to resolve these graveyard effects, so I think having the spells in the deck is usually better. So yeah, I don't know. I've been vibing with both the Draco Tail version and the pure version. There's obviously changes that we can make, but we've got time. You know, the Duelist Cup is still like over a week away at this point. So we're still going to spend a lot of time testing and tweaking the list. I'm not sure if we're going to be mainly grinding ranked duels, rated duels, or if we're grinding stage 20 of the Duelist Cup, because we've now reached that as well. But it was a productive stream. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. That's where we're going to call it a day for today. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa, I think. I think he's streaming. So you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you all for checking in today. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs as usual. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you most likely tomorrow, next stream, for more Duelist Cup testing and other things. So yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye everybody. Thanks for watching. Peace.